jealousy, anger in you creates disease within you, right? Because these are negative emotions that actually affect your body in a negative way. They destroy you from within, spiritually, physically, and mentally. So when I feel anger or frustration, my first thought is to deal with it. To look at it in the eyes and say, okay, so why are you angry? Like the past 3, 4, 5 days, I was very angry.
Mm.
Very angry because of the injustice that I was very angry because of the lies that they were making. But I took a step back and I started praying.
Mm.
I got up to my knees. I even got amazed, and I got me down. I go out, and all I could hear God tell me was, "Let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go, let it go." And as I was letting it go, I was having peace.
Mm. So
Not knowing that my battle is about done. Now I need mastery and help others become better.
mm. So how do you reprogram your mind from what you've gone through now? Because yeah, you may forgive, but still some of these you carry some of these weights inside you. How what are you going to do to heal?
Well, first of all, I am an advocate for mental health therapy. So I have a therapist that I work with a year and a half now, consistently. Every week I have one session. I have coaches, mentors that I also reach out to, who I've been speaking to as these things is going on. So I don't keep anything to myself. I diarize a lot, where I put out a lot of the things that I'm living so that I can analyze them and not just be ruminating on them. I go for massage, manicure, pedicure, got a haircut. I take care of my physique. What I've not been able to do often here is to work out, but I want to go buy some sneakers today. I can start walking in. I keep a bigger picture view of everything, right? So, and I look at all these people who do harm or do things that they think like I may think it's harm, but for them it's what they feel is right. Right. So you have to understand where your enemies come from their perspective. I may be the enemy, right? Which is valid in their worldview. From their perspective, they have an agenda of their own. They want to keep the assets of the church. It's also the things are valuable, right? So they feel like, why should I give this to them when I can keep it myself?
Yeah.
Some of them have never been parents before. So they don't understand why I'm fighting so hard. So they're seeing me as a threat. Others don't know me. All they know is of West African. So they're having their own perceptions of me. So I accept where others are coming from so that I don't become like them. But then I also create around enough support mechanism to not allow me to get into any sort of depression or like move on with with a limited mindset.
Yeah.
Right? That the trauma or the experience is so much that I get stuck. I can't afford that. So I have a very good therapist. She's based in Rwanda. My wife is very supportive. We talk all the time about the situation. Back and forth, each of us has their way of being affected by it. I was with another friend yesterday who's also a counselor and a mediator. Discuss with them as well. Same, just get some ideas. My lawyer now is a good friend of mine from before. He used to be giving me these legal tips before I got screwed over by the other one. but he's now part of my team, so that gives me more confidence.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a very strong support network because I intentionally choose not to isolate myself, right? I think the challenge with people who don't overcome trauma or who don't heal is denial. So denial of the situation that they're in. Also, they're not open to grow. So getting involved with other people, groups, having mentors, coaches, therapists. So to me, that's the healing journey.
Okay.
And you think, the healing never ends, right? So it's not like you start and then you're never fully healed. You're always going through cycles of change, cycles of trauma.
Yeah.
But the fact that you have a plan to keep to strengthen your mind and your heart, and your soul and your spirit. And I have a lot of prayers. There's so many people praying for me right now. It's so encouraging, right?
Soak up all those.
Fighting your fight, but people are saying.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying?
Yeah, I was going to say, soak up all those positivity, all those well wishes, good energy, all those anyone who wish you well. This is the time to soak up all those energy because you need it. You do need it. The thing is, our journey as men is peculiar, but as you said, your community rallies behind you, and it's up to you to receive help when you need help. And in the end, it's also important to know what you're fighting for and why you're fighting for. So let's put a pin on it for now as we transition to Henry Asenso, and I might probably ping you again if I need help. So thank you very much for now.
And all the best to you. How are you coping with the fatigue?
At some point it's like some 2 blocks are laid on your shoulders, and that's the time. Have you seen those meme where the man is holding the eye like this? Some is like you should use crane to hold your 2 eyes open so they stay open. You use the crane to hold one side.
Or you put glue, you put a tape, you tape one side to the top. I can see why you can't put the video. It's okay, I understand.
Oh no, the video is actually showing on the website. It's
on the YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
Part of the different.
Yeah. All right. So
keep it up, man. Keep it up.
Thank you very much. I might ping you again.
Anytime. Let me know in advance.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, man.
All right. Take care.
All right. Hi, Henry.
Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
How are you feeling? I heard you trying to keep his eyes open. Keep going, my friend. You're doing well.
Thank you. I'm trying to get some cranes to hold my eyes open, to keep them from closing back. For today? Today I have 4 hours. 4 hours left. And then I have a 1 hour break.
In general, like
in general, I have 56.
4 hours, and then you get a break. Wow, it's a big effort, my friend. It's a big effort.
Yeah. How have you been?
Yeah, I've been good. Lots of changes and shifts. I'm now on my entrepreneurial journey full time. So I left the day job recently and really took a big step into the unknown and really set about to bet on myself in Ghana. So that's been a big shift that I'm adjusting to. But, you know, in life, if you don't take kind of confident steps into what you feel is right, then you'll probably regret it later. And I don't want to live with any regret. So that's the big shift that's happened since we last spoke in the main. But otherwise, everything's good. Family is settled. Kids are settled at school, which is great. So yeah, things are good.
Awesome. All right. Would you want to introduce yourself for individuals that haven't gone through your profile yet?
Sure. So my name is Henry Senso, founder of Kuro Africa Analytics. We're a real estate analytics platform. We help individuals and organizations make more informed decisions around investing in Ghana through technology. So we combine a lot of different data sets, really, let's say, into one area. So when somebody wants to understand more about an area which we have in abundance, you have population data, schools, infrastructure, those kind of things. So we started back in 2020, and we've been building our data set ever since. And yeah, that's me in a nutshell. But I'm also kind of just a budding entrepreneur in general, and an Africa advocate. So I really believe that the next, let's say, 4 or 5 years are really going to be critical to position yourself towards in Africa, because I think there's a lot of attention on what can be done here. And if you're in the mix, which are the critical times, there's other things and other ventures that I'm looking at, because, you know, you have to be flexible enough to adapt and change in order to reach the goals that you want and need. So there's other things that I've been thinking about, other problems that I want to be solving, and there's no better time to do it. It's what a time to be alive, you know, with all the AI accelerators that you have around you. It's a real prime opportunity to do some really interesting things. So that's me in a nutshell. That's why I'm here in Ghana, and yeah, long may it continue, hopefully.
Yeah, awesome. So, the plan for the platform is still to use data to help individuals and entities that are looking to get service from your platform to know how to invest in real estate exclusively.
Yeah, so exactly. I mean, what we are is we're effectively a data test. We've got about 4.5. Effectively, why I built it in the first place is because we have similar tools in the West. I didn't see anything similar here, where you can make more informed decisions based on real estate data itself, right? So if I select Sakomano and 2-bedroom apartment, it's going to tell you what's the average, median, and maximum price you pay, what's the most appealing prices, any schools in the area, any infrastructure projects coming up. So it kind of enables you, or at the time me as an investor, to understand, okay, what could be a next upcoming hotspot based on a road construction, for example. That's going to come through the area, or any proposed, you know, anything, things like the new theme park in Afenia, all of these kind of things that, you know, that would potentially inform a decision, as opposed to what I feel like is a lot of anecdotal, not even I feel, I observe as a lot of anecdotal discussion around investments, a lot of referrals. You know, I was talking to someone recently who is one of the major developers here, and they were telling me that 40% of their revenue and of their sales come through referrals, and that's a unique position for Ghana and Africa compared to the global West, whereas there's enough tools and information available for individuals to make their own decisions, as opposed to kind of investing through networks and what have you. Because in Africa, what I've observed, or in Ghana, what I've observed is asset holders or aspiring so there's a thing for referral to a property or a new build property on the recommendation of someone else. They would go themselves to explore, they would have the tools available to research all of those things and make their own informed decision. Whereas Ghana and Africa is different, because inherently you're working off the data and it's not optimal, it's suboptimal, because who knows what happens in the future if you don't have data available. And it's been seen as like a general challenge in the African system. And in my time being here, I managed to meet quite a few senior players in the industry, and some of the minister, some of the deputy minister and things like that around land, real estate, resources, those kind of things. And they saw Korea like, this is exactly what we need. In terms of being you can't make decisions without data. You can't really have maybe aren't in place in Ghana. As, for example, Rwanda perspective, public land registry, digital land registry. Ghana is moving that way, but the adoption is not as widespread.
Yeah.
Rwanda, fundamentally some of their internal conflict centered around land, and it can get, it can be a conflict issue. So them implementing that system, all of a sudden everybody knew who owned what, you had your digital title, etc. It's not something that a system you could game. So those fundamentals are really critical for the general success of the industry. And I can see that Ghana's trying to make progress. I think it's the wide adoption that is really a challenge.
Nice.
So yeah, that's what I'd say.
Nice. Okay, so let's start leaning into the topic of the day, AI and entrepreneurship. I've had lots of exciting AI conversations. So for the most part, everyone I've spoken to about AI so far, they are excited, but they have concerns as well. But where would you want to take this view from, AI and entrepreneurship? Where would you like to take it from?
Well, let's take it from that kind of spectrum of excited and concerned.
Right.
From an entrepreneurship perspective, I'm definitely excited. I built Kuro pre-AI, right? So my foray into technology was really in a pre-AI world. And so some of the fundamentals that I had to learn, I don't code, but I understand fundamental concepts, right?
Yeah.
Backends, databases, those kind of things. And now coming into a post-AI world and seeing what tools are available to me as an entrepreneur, to get MVPs mocked up really quickly, potentially even full stack apps done really quickly, as long as you understand how to effectively prompt AI and those kind of things. That is a game changer. Now, what that's going to bring about is there's going to be a lot more influx of different types of apps and applications, whether they're AI native, which typically they all are, or not. There's going to be a lot of supply of these things. So being an entrepreneur in a technology space, your offering really has to stand out, or you have to own the market, or own an audience, or own the data, or really understand the problem. That's going to separate you. I get the concerns about AI because, I'm definitely a daily user of AI. And I think because the technology is new, what's interesting is because the technology is new, it's like if you were founded before 2022, it's like you're an old company now. So it's just it's a crazy world. But because the technology is new, a bit like how social media came about in the beginning, the impacts on your mental health, cognitive function, decision making, I don't think they're truly appreciated.
Yeah.
Because it's only now that people are really recognizing that actually AIs tend to just agree with whatever you're saying.
Yeah.
So and because you get that constant feedback loop from any question, concern, whatever, it can reinforce certain ideas that if you took it off app or off AI, you may get other opinions that may give you more of a balanced insight. So that's one of my main concerns with AI, because, even with me and my decision making, when I was thinking about going full time on Kuro and stuff like that, and other ventures that I'm thinking about and working on now, even though my decision had been made before I really started testing my thought process with my wife, etc. After that decision was made, as I was going through the process, I would use AI to kind of weigh up options, right? Or plan things in terms of what's my checklist of things I need to do before I leave my full-time job, those kind of things. And if you're not prompting well, or you don't set up, for example, your custom agent or what have you, to ensure that you're getting feedback. So one thing that I added to some of my custom instructions would be, in every conversation, make sure you highlight what my blind spots could be, right? Just to make sure that there was some kind of check and balance on what we were discussing, to make sure that I was being objective. So, for example, I do a lot of strategy and bouncing back and forth with AI to build strategy or shape strategy. And sometimes it might be marketing strategy, et cetera, and I'll use various tools to try and understand where the market's going, keyword searches, those kind of things. And one of the things was like, okay, I understood a particular keyword was like really low cost, really high volume, really high intent. It was like the perfect keyword.
Yeah.
And so I started building a marketing strategy around it. But because I put in these checks and balances into my prompting, it highlighted the fact that that keyword is health related, is likely to get blocked by Google Ads. So you can't use it as a keyword to advertise to. Now, if I'd shaped my whole marketing strategy around that keyword, because it would be feasible to do so if you have something where, you've got 30,000 searches a month, 80% click-through rate, and cost per click of 9 cents, then you'd be like, oh my God, this is a gold mine. Let me just spam this keyword. But that would happen if I didn't put those checks and balances, and then you get to the point of trying to do that,
and you formulated your whole idea, your marketing, your funnels around that, and then actually no, that's going to get blocked because it's a health term, you know. So you have to have those. So that's where my main concern with AI is that, you know, you hear about things like AI psychosis and things like that. I can see how that would happen because it can just reinforce certain ideas. It can reinforce a trajectory that you're already on, even if it's negative. We've had really sad stories about, you know, kids, you know, not going to their parents with their mental health problems, speaking to AI, and unfortunately ending in really sad circumstances.
Yeah.
So that's where my concern is more the social impact.
Yeah.
The community impact of AI. But from a business perspective and then from an entrepreneurship perspective, I'm really bullish and positive on AI as well. So that's where I would say I sit on that spectrum of concern to excitement.
Okay. You're not concerned about the impact on your business model?
It depends what your business model is. So what I'm learning in Ghana and what I've learned and what I've observed is that, and in general, you have to have a diversified portfolio of operations until you get to the operation that works best for you. So it's not just technology that I look into. The AI proportion of my next venture is actually quite small, and the only points in which it's being used is to some degree of reason on inputs that the user gives it, and then the other part is an assistant within which is very much trained on specific information and data. If I tell you that I'm aiming to achieve, it's got to get market tested anyway to actually confirm that value. I actually think general business models should be more concerned about AI's intervention than AI's capability as a business model by itself. Don't get me wrong. I think that you have to have a solid fundamental business before you introduce AI.
Right.
But if you have AI as your pure business, that's not for me to figure out. That's for the Palantirs, the open AIs, etc.
Yeah.
But to leverage it to do something solid, I think it's good. One thing that is a challenge though is the speed at which it changes. So I remember watched recently, or quite recently, there's this, I think it's called Cluely, this AI that kind of records your screen and gives you suggestions and all those kind of things.
The content guide.
And then I saw like, yeah, exactly. And then I saw like a month later, or maybe not even a month later, a few weeks later, all of a sudden OpenAI, ChatGPT just had this button where you could record your screen. So how quickly could you be eradicated by an update from ChatGPT, for example? So I think there's definitely a bubbling. I don't know if I necessarily call it a bubble, but there's definitely a bubbling sentiment around AI startups, AI native startups. But I feel like if your fundamental business problem is really prevalent and you use AI to solve that problem, I don't think it's as much of an issue, as long as AI doesn't just turn around and shut down. But even if it did, your fundamental business problem would be well understood, so your pivot should be a bit easier. But by the looks of the investment that's going into AI, I don't think anything's shutting down. But I get your point around, especially when some things are very native AI and very nice to have. You know, they're not fundamental challenges, fundamental issues.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of, and that's what I kind of see, right? There's, you know, AI to write your parking tickets and or to contest parking tickets and AI, those kind of things. It's like, well, if you knew how to prompt AI effectively yourself, you wouldn't need those things.
Yeah.
It's just you paste it out of ChatGPT. But these rappers, which I think, I mean, you know, some of them are really good, but some of them, they are nice to have. So they may have raised really early, and because of the fear of missing out. I mean, everyone shows the similar human patterns of behavior, you know, fear of missing out and all those kind of things. And I think investors have done the same thing. So they've pushed certain AI startups and blah, blah, blah. But the speed at which things are moving, you've almost got to sit and wait and watch before you make your move. But if you want to enter a space using AI, etc., you need to understand how prevalent the problem is in that space. Because if you've got a real fundamental pain point, which you can solve with technology, forget AI for now, but just with technology or a solution or a service, then that's what it is. Even if, for example, you found, I don't know, you are a lawnmower business, and you know that lawnmower business is needed in your country, but you have no digital front end or no digital presence. You know, you're going to have to do some fundamentals, but you could also code up a really simple landing page or website using AI in the space of a few minutes, as opposed to having to, you know, get someone to build something, all those kind of things. So those are the things where I'm excited about. I get your point, and I think if you are just a rapper without any inherent moat built around, let's say, the data you hold, or the insight you hold, or the audience you build, that's when I think it's of kind of AI consuming your business or cannibalize your business with their ongoing updates. But yeah, no, overall, I think I'm bullish on it. I think we're at a very early stage. I think you're going to get naturally categories of perception and categories of users of AI. And I think it's quite easy to be apprehensive about it because it's comforting. I think it's because then it's like, oh, well, you know, it's not going to affect me like that. Or, you know, and as part of some of the reason why I left my day job, because some of the thinking around it was very apprehensive, like the systems were blocked, you couldn't use it, those kind of things. I get it from a data perspective, I actually agree with it. But then how that manifests itself in some of the mindsets, and maybe the mindsets were just there already, was kind of like, oh, well, have you noticed all the LinkedIn posts are the same these days? Oh, I don't really need AI anyway. I just need what I've always needed, which is a bunch of slides. And I was like, no, that's not the mentality that I think is the thinking, because you've got a technology that is fundamentally shifting the way people do things. And yes, all the beneficial and unique use cases may not be defined yet, but, you know, when I saw this interview by Mark Cuban, you know, the Dallas Mavericks owner, I don't think he owns them anymore. And he said back in the 90s, he was going around trying to sell computers to business owners. And when he'd go to a business owner and be like, oh, this wonderful computer thing, it's going to be so good, it's going to handle all your admin, all that kind of stuff. The business owners were like, I'm not going to need that. I've got these 3 girls here typing up everything I need. I don't need no computer. You know, I feel like we're in that stage with AI because the use cases aren't as well defined. That's how I see it. But I get the concerns, I get the points, but if you are concerned, that's fine. But don't be concerned to the point where it freezes you from leveraging a really beneficial technology if you know how to use it well. One of the fundamentals I did is I took a prompt engineering course back in 2024, which changed my perception of AI, because how I was prompting it was giving me what I needed. I think a lot of people prompt it, doesn't give them what they need, and they put it to one side. That's how I kind of view a lot of people's experience.
Wow. Yeah, well said. Very well said. Okay, so early on, I was talking to one of the speakers. I was talking with him, and we were looking at design. And so
Mm.
we're looking at how design can help to help organizations become more resilient. And
Mm.
the reason for that conversation, the reason for that thought, a line of thought, came from the agentic systems. So,
Mm.
do you think at some point that system of do it for me in terms of getting information or do you plan to integrate agents on your website at some point where they do more than just getting information? Not that that is not sufficient, but
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah, the agentic piece is something that I think we're at the really early stages of maturity on from a business understanding. I think from a technical understanding, obviously people are more mature on it.
Mm-hmm.
And defining its use case is going to be unique to each scenario and situation.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is, like, for example, I think agentic workflows are going to be more useful to enterprises than to small businesses.
Right.
Because the enterprises have many repeatable processes, documented, etc. You can hand over to agentic workflows to enable individuals to just manage the workflows as opposed to people managing the processes. So why I say that, my background is management consulting, and I did a lot of strategy work, a lot of operating model work, top down and bottom up. So that by that I mean either building businesses by processes, from process to process, up into capabilities, into teams, into departments, etc., or going the other way down from strategy into leaders, into departments, etc. So when you see organizations that have process libraries, end-to-end process libraries about how to operate in a particular industry or whatever, maybe it's oil and gas, etc., they'll have all of these process flows. They'll have all of these things. That's where the agentic AI, I think, is going to be most widely adopted.
Yeah.
For SMEs and for entrepreneurs right now, and for me, for example, for Kuro, I don't have any further intention of using agentic AI in Kuro, only because we spent a lot of time building the platform. It's useful to the audience that engages it, and that's great. But if we start to pick up additional workflows now, where it's like, okay, I've understood this by an area, maybe we should do this, but I've not really lent towards it yet, because, yeah, I'll tell you why in a minute. But if we were to pick up additional workflows, like, okay, I've understood this about an area, now find me a can help me go and explore this, or you have to then bring a new layer of information and data that you then need to connect to, that you need to set up workflows for, etc., etc. And would the willingness to pay for that additional capability warrant the investment that you'd need to actually build the capability itself? Whereas for enterprises or businesses, if you've got repeatable processes, and let's face it, especially in the West, they're looking for efficiencies. If you've got repeatable processes that people own and people deliver, and you know that, for example, there are, let's say, 10 level 1 HR processes, and of those 10 processes, there's a person required for each, where you could have agent overseeing those agentic flows. That's an immediate business case, and that's immediate use case. So I feel like, and this is just my opinion, all right? Other people might have other opinions as well, but from what I observed, the agentic piece is quite young. For I think agentic flows need to be taken seriously even by business myself, because it's like, okay, to what extent can the user now conduct research themselves, those kind of things using agentic flows, where I've tried to build my moat around, especially for Kuro, is having the historical data, right? So data that's very hard to replicate, and I don't kind of just give it to AI kind of thing. So yeah, it's interesting, because I think to your design point, and when you're talking about organization design, workflows, processes, interfaces, handoffs, owners, those kind of things, that's where agentic AI can really shine. And instead of having kind of global outsourcing models to low-cost countries, you could have outsourcing models to AI workflows. And that's like a completely different game changer. Always on, never sick, doesn't need holiday. Is very appealing to big business owners to implement that. But I don't think anybody has really got that right yet. You hear a lot of bit about people being replaced by AI and then having to be rehired because AI has not worked out quite well. So that's where I think the agentic piece is really going to take off. And I think the enterprise plans that have come out from OpenAI and those kind of things are aiming to get the chatbots and the language models into the hands of office workers and white collar workers. But the next step, and what I've saw when I was in the last company and stuff, is like people are now, organizations are looking for like, how do we use AI and agentic AI to better report on our sustainability goals? How do we use agentic AI to optimize or automate certain processes? Automation's always been around, and way before, not way before, but way prevalent in enterprises before the sort of the AI boom. But now it's like agentic AI. Let's take this workflow that always happens. Let's take recruitment, for example. Meeting is discussed, notes are taken by AI drafts a job posting is posted to LinkedIn. Maybe there's a human check at some point, but all of this stuff that was manually done by a lower level employee is now done by an AI workflow. And I think organizations are trying to identify as many of those high volume, low complexity, repeatable tasks to hand over to AI. That's going to be a big thing. They're just trying to figure out how best to do it. Every organization, we're just trying to figure out how best to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. There was this news publication about OpenAI and Stripe first, and then PayPal. PayPal, I think, was yesterday, their partnership towards I think either the Atlas or the ChatGPT itself, where people can now do checkouts on the platform. So they don't need to visit the websites to see how much the product is. They can buy these products on ChatGPT. So somebody wrote something interesting. Let me see if I can find it and read it for you. Yeah, Greg Eisenberg, he was like, my takeaway from today's OpenAI browser launch: the internet just got hands. The average person won't Google, click, compare, or fill out forms within the next 24 months. They'll just say, book my trip, find me a restaurant, launch my store, and the agent will do the 20 steps behind the scenes. That means whole industries, travel, e-commerce, real estate, insurance, are about to get rebuilt around outcomes instead of pages. You won't go to Expedia, you will just get trip. You will just get the trip. If you're a founder, this is the moment to think in verbs. Don't build platforms people visit. Build agents that finish what people start. That's where the next $100 billion companies come from. The web is shifting from human browsing to agent doing. Internet eyes. What do you think?
Yeah. I love Greg Eisenberg, by the way. I think he's like super. He's a super resource on learning and understanding AI. I think for most goods and services, that is true.
Yeah.
There are some aspects or some industries or services that would be more difficult to do.
Mm-hmm.
For example, things that concern health and well-being. We're talking about booking trips or buying products. Having a health and well-being service. Yeah, maybe you can book a session with a therapist through ChatGPT, etc. But there's some aspects that I think they'll be a little bit more difficult. But in the main, yes. But I think you will still have that category of those categories of adoption and early use, laggards, etc. Because a lot of people are still just getting used to using ChatGPT and using it well. The agent piece, Atlas and what have you, I think it's going to, the agent piece and the agentic piece, where it's now become democratized and put into browsers, I think someone like Greg Eisenberg with his brilliant approach may have inherent biases as to how well adopted it will be because he's a technologist and he's an advocate for it. Mm-hmm. The general population, how long will it take them to move off of Google and using Google just as a habit, right? Because even now, to this day, I think I still go to Google sometimes. Not like every time I go to ChatGPT. Most times I do, but I'm an advocate, and I'm, it's different. What about the Western world where the average age is 39 or the median age is 39 and the population's aging? How quickly are they going to move to agentic solutions or to Atlas as a browser instead? And what would their use cases be? Maybe booking flights, maybe, those kind of things. So I think it's true. I think Greg there is talking to the early adopters. Like, think now, because this is the way things are changing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that those early adopters will also be enterprises and institutions who now want to get sales through ChatGPT or sales through large language models. But where we are with it, I think it's early. So, for example, I remember, I think Google launched their agent space, and was it agent space? I think it's called agent space. And agent space was kind of this crazy, really cool concept. And I think it's there, like, to use. You just have to pay for it, where you can use natural language to build your agent, and then those agents will carry out tasks for you. Then it's like, okay, that was really cool. Then there is N8N, which is like, okay, you can build your own agents, but it's basically workflows. And then N8N just had a plug-in or something. I can't remember what they call it. But it's like just an addition. And then you can use natural language to just ask to build an agent for you. And it's like, now those were the cool things like last month, right? And then all of a sudden Atlas is launched, which is like, okay, now it's in your browser. So the speed of change doesn't enable speed of adoption until something sticks.
Right.
Something that's like, okay, this is what everyone's doing now because this is bringing the right outcomes. But I think Greg's point is correct, and it's pointed towards those early adopters. How quickly the rest of the world catch on and up and join is a different thing. And the application of the technology for those people is going to be the critical thing. That's what he's saying, I think, as well, right?
Yeah.
You guys need to be thinking about delivering outcomes for the general population. but then you still need to get it to the general population. You need to help them understand why it's better for them to use it this way. So all of those steps take a bit of time. So that's where I'm at the moment. Because, for example, my dad will use Google and get an AI overview, but he's not going to jump on ChatGPT and prompt it, right? So it's like how many people out there like that with different access to levels of technology, internet, etc. The general population. Because I think the bias that we could have as technology entrepreneurs or technologists or, AI enthusiasts in the West is that we have our own ecosystem, we have our own echo chamber that we're vibrating amongst. But actually, the rest of the world, which is the vast majority of the world, where are they on that journey of AI implementation, AI usage? I think in Africa, we've got really good young people with really good technical skills and ambition and interest in AI. So you get early adopters that way. But that's going to be a slither of the population in terms of general people. Still here in Ghana, this is a very trade-oriented sector, right? People buy and sell things and exchange value through traditional means. Greg Eisenberg's in San Francisco or wherever, right? Where that's the vibe of the place. And as I said, I love him. I think he's an awesome resource. So I watch all his videos whenever they come out, or most of them. But general adoption of agentic tooling, software, building agentic solutions, I think, and them being widely adopted, I think that's going to take time. And I think we still need to watch with keen interest to see how does it evolve, because it's moved so quickly since 2022 from, general ChatGPT, then upgrades to that ChatGPT. And then remember, we had plugins, then plugins disappeared. Then we had GPTs. Now GPT seems like they might be fading out. Now we have Atlas, and then you've got all the other tools. It's difficult to adopt whilst things are changing so much. It's got to be quite settled, I think, before people really take advantage. But I think his point is absolutely right for specific things. For some things, I think, and the rest of the markets need to catch up. So let's say, for example, we've spent the last 15, 20 years doing SEO to get found on Google, right? How do you now adapt what you have been doing from a search engine optimization perspective to be AI optimization focused? What needs to change? How well is that understood? All of these things are things that need to happen as a precursor. How widely available is the information on how to get found on ChatGPT? How long does it take for you to be found? Because, for example, with Google, it was about backlinks, other people referencing your website. Maybe you have YouTube videos, Instagram posts, so that Google understood, okay, this is where you're at. Is it the same? Excuse me. Is it the same for AI, or is it different? That needs to emerge, I think, before it to be widely adopted. But I think I agree with his premise at this point.
SaaS application.
Let me play this video for you by Satya Nadella.
Okay.
I'm sure you would have seen it, but let me get your take on this.
Should I watch the live stream as well? Because I can't see anything. Oh, here it is. Satya Nadella. Okay, I've got it.
Yeah.
SaaS applications or biz apps. So let me just speak of our own dynamics thing.
Right.
The approach, at least we're taking, is I think the notion that business applications exist, that's probably where they'll all collapse, right, in the agent era. Because if you think about it, right, they are essentially CRUD databases with a bunch of business logic. The business logic is all going to these agents. And these agents are going to be multi-repo CRUD, right? So they're not going to discriminate between what the backend is. They're going to update multiple databases, and all the logic will be in the AI tier, so to speak. And once the AI tier becomes the place where all the logic is, then people will start replacing the backends, right? People, that's what, in fact, it's interesting. As we speak, I think we are seeing pretty high rates of wins on Dynamics backends and the agent use. And we are going to go pretty aggressively and try and collapse it all, right? Whether it's in customer service, whether it is in, by the way, the other fascinating thing that's increasing is just not CRM, but even our what we call finance and operations, because people want more AI native biz apps, right? That means the biz app, the logic tier can be orchestrated by AI and AI agents. So in other words, Copilot to agent to my business application should be very seamless. Now, in the same vein, you could even say, hey, why do I need Excel? Like, interestingly enough, one of the most exciting things for me is Excel with Python is like GitHub with Copilot, right? That's essentially, so what we've done is when you have Excel, like this, by the way, will be fun for you guys, right? Which is you should just bring up Excel, bring up Copilot, and start playing with it, because it's no longer.
So I guess the previous sections is where I needed for you to see.
Yeah. So you want me to comment on that? So it's interesting because, again, as brilliant as Satya will be, he will also have his own biases. You saw how he was speaking about business apps, right? He was talking about Excel, etc. Microsoft is the biggest software provider for all enterprises, period, right? Every organization in this world will have Outlook, pretty much, right? Will have Outlook, Teams, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. So that's his inherent positioning. I think what he's saying is correct from a perspective of apps, but then there's a whole world of consumer apps that I think is going to be impacted, but I think it will take a little bit longer because, as I said before, businesses have inherent workflows that are repeatable. So do enterprises. So do small businesses, but they're probably a lot more malleable, a lot more manual. So what he's describing, yes, is true. But to what extent will businesses want to hand over? He's talking about kind of it's becoming more redundant, but to what extent will businesses be comfortable in handing over all their data to AI without that human in the loop? Right now, AI obviously feeds of a RAG system or databases in which you effectively prompt the AI well enough to give you the right business outcome. So this whole kind of SaaS is dead thing, it may be dying. I don't think it can die that quickly. I just don't think it can die that quickly. I think Satya will definitely have his own lens being a Microsoft leader. The other thing is that what I find is that the leaders in this space don't tend to sit in the upper echelons of large enterprises. They may have to portray themselves as leaders, but the actual people who understand and innovate in this space tend to be a lot younger, inherently computer science background. I'm not saying Satya's not, but if you think about Microsoft chased the trend. you know, when OpenAI came about, they invested in OpenAI.
Yeah.
They didn't build their own AI, right? So they're actually they're not bad, but their AI technology is based on GPT-5. And also their attempts at integrating it into enterprise apps has been quite bad. So, for example, when they integrated Copilot into PowerPoint, I saw it in my last company when I was working there. The adoption was really poor because we as users or innovators have seen other solutions that have been built. For example, I think there's one called Prezzo, there's one called Gamma. Gamma in particular, I think is really good, where you prompt an AI, they give you the full presentation, and you can use AI to further edit the presentation. Whereas with Copilot, you prompt it, it gives you an outline, but you can't use AI to further adjust the design, look and feel. So immediately that's a turnoff. You have this kind of immediate friction in your experience. So, you know, as much as, you know, Copilot is cool, it's basically OpenAI still. Yeah. And they're trying to retrofit it into their apps. So I think his logic is sound. I think it's absolutely the case where agentic workflows will overtake process workflows which interact with systems, and AI will overtake maybe a lot of the business logic, or it will consolidate the business logic in order to perform actions. I think that's absolutely true. Right. But the SaaS is dead, I think, is quite misleading. Mm-hmm. I don't think SaaS is dead, because I don't think everybody who uses SaaS is going to leap to agentic solutions immediately. I think it will take time. So only time will tell, right? That's just my opinion. But from what I observe and from what I see of adoption rates of new technology and how humans organize themselves in response to new technology, it's not something where it's like this new technology comes in, everybody moves to it, that's the end of that old technology. No, it takes time. It's different depending on geography, population makeup, demographics, access to technology, all of these things. So again, I feel like it's a bit of a San Francisco, Silicon Valley echo chamber, where it's like, yeah, they're thinking about all of these use cases, and that's great. But there's a big world out there where fundamental business still takes place, you know?
Impressive. I can't believe it's already 1 hour.
Has it been out already?
Yeah, it is. It is. Wonderful. Henry, thank you so much. Thank you so very much.
Pleasure, my man. All the best with the rest of it. And, when you're finished, let me buy you a well-deserved drink.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna be taking my 10 a.m. break at 6 a.m. So let me go crash quickly and brush up, and then I'll rush back.
All right. All the best, Tom-Chris. Talk to you soon.
A lot. Thank you. Bless up.
land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is the Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which was quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom overnight and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. So I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. I've been around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
I'm really impressed by it, to be honest with you, because especially as an employer, right? It's a big challenge for us to build out a team, especially in Africa, which is where we want to expand. And what this platform does is that it could give us the opportunity to do many things. One is, even if we have people in-house that we want to train, we can onboard them on the platform and they can do the courses and get trained. But we could also join any of these cohorts for any of the skills that we need and be able to employ people coming out of it. Because the platform does a lot of the upfront work that we would need to do manually, which is a good thing about it, right? We're able to put up micro projects for clients for the candidates to do, the students to do, and the system analyzes the results and gives us strengths, weaknesses, yes, all of that, which is stuff that we would have to read through every line and do ourselves, right? So it saves a lot of time where that is concerned. But then on the back of that as well, we're also getting candidates who have gone through a training program. So we're not relying on what they say on their CVs. Too many times I've employed people here in Africa who says, "Oh, I'm great at this, I've done that," and then when you bring them on the job, they know nothing about it. Exactly, right? They're just lying on the CV. But what this does is that it eliminates that, because they would have to have gone through the digital marketing course or the software development course or the financial analysis course before you actually put them in front of us.
it's extremely user-friendly as well, right? I think candidates would really enjoy it, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of an employer. Yes, this is just going to revolutionize how we actually hire people and how we actually get them trained and built up as well. So yeah, good job.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready4Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready4Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.ready4work.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready4Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready4Work. Get Ready4Work today. Ready4Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from all nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready4Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready4Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready4Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready4Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready4Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready4Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really, really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was bought at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which was quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, DC to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom over and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. So I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that if they can do this, then so can you. I've been around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
I'm really impressed by it, to be honest with you, because especially as an employer, right? It's a big challenge for us to build out a team, especially in Africa, which is where we want to expand. And what this platform does is that it would give us the opportunity to do many things. One is, even if we have people in-house that we want to train, we can onboard them on the platform and they can do the courses and get trained. But we could also join any of these cohorts for any of the skills that we need and be able to employ people coming out of it, because the platform does a lot of the upfront work that we would need to do manually, which is a good thing about it, right? We're able to put up micro projects for clients for the candidates to do, the students to do, and the system analyzes the results and gives us strengths, weaknesses, yes, all of that, which is stuff that we would have to read through every line and do ourselves, right? So it saves a lot of time where that is concerned. But then on the back of that as well, we're also getting candidates who have gone through a training program. So we're not relying on what they say on their CVs. Too many times I've employed people here in Africa who says, oh, I'm great at this, I've done that. And then when you bring them on the job, they know nothing about it. Exactly, right? They're just lying on the CV. But what this does is that it eliminates that, because they would have to have gone through the digital marketing course or the software development course or the financial analysis course before you actually put them in front of us. It's extremely user-friendly as well. Right? I think candidates would really enjoy it, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of an employer. Yes, this is just going to revolutionize how we actually hire people and how we actually get them trained and built up as well. So yeah, good job.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready, and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady, navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which was quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom over and I told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once together. So I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that if they can do this, then so can you. I've been around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills, They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator Program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
I'm really impressed by it, to be honest with you, because especially as an employer, right? It's a big challenge for us to build out a team, especially in Africa, which is where we want to expand. And what this platform does is that it would give us the opportunity to do many things. One is, even if we have people in-house that we want to train, we can onboard them on the platform and they can do the courses and get trained. But we could also join any of these cohorts for any of the skills that we need and be able to employ people coming out of it. Yeah. Because the platform does a lot of the upfront work that we would need to do manually, which is a good thing about it, right? We're able to put up micro projects for clients for the candidates to do, the students to do, and the system analyzes the results and gives us strengths, weaknesses, yes, all of that, which is stuff that we would have to read through every line and do ourselves, right? So it saves a lot of time where that is concerned. But then on the back of that as well, we're also getting candidates who have gone through a training program. So we're not relying on what they say on their CVs. Too many times I've employed people here in Africa who says, oh, I'm great at this, I've done that. And then when you bring them on the job, they know nothing about it. Exactly, right? They're just lying on the CV. But what this does is that it eliminates that, because they would have to have gone through the digital marketing course or the software development course or the financial analysis course before you actually put them in front of us. It's extremely user-friendly as well. Right? I think candidates would really enjoy it, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of an employer. Yes, this is just going to revolutionize how we actually hire people and how we actually get them trained and built up as well. So yeah, good job.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash. My phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali, which was quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom overnight and told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. So I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life. Just be built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. I've been around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there, unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills, they help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow. It also gives employers X-ray vision into candidate potential that no CV or interview can reveal, essentially offering early access to tomorrow's top performers while they're still affordable. Unlock your potential at readyforwork.africa.
I'm really impressed by it, to be honest with you, because especially as an employer, right? It's a big challenge for us to build out a team, especially in Africa, which is where we want to expand. And what this platform does is that it would give us the opportunity to do many things. One is, even if we have people in-house that we want to train, we can onboard them on the platform and they can do the courses and get trained. But we could also join any of these cohorts for any of the skills that we need and be able to employ people coming out of it, because the platform does a lot of the upfront work that we would need to do manually, which is a good thing about it, right? We're able to put up micro projects for clients for the candidates to do, the students to do, and the system analyzes the results and gives us strengths, weaknesses, yes, all of that, which is stuff that we would have to read through every line and do ourselves, right? So it saves a lot of time where that is concerned. But then on the back of that as well, we're also getting candidates who have gone through a training program. So we're not relying on what they say on their CVs. Too many times I've employed people here in Africa who says, oh, I'm great at this, I've done that. And then when you bring them on the job, they know nothing about it. Exactly, right? They're just lying on the CV. But what this does is that it eliminates that, because they would have to have gone through the digital marketing course or the software development course or the financial analysis course before you actually put them in front of us. It's extremely user-friendly as well. Right. I think candidates would really enjoy it, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of an employer. Yes, this is just going to revolutionize how we actually hire people and how we actually get them trained and built up as well. So yeah, good job.
Africa's graduates face the same cycle every year. Over 12 million leave school, but only a fraction land jobs within months. It's not about talent, it's about workforce readiness. Too often, skills aren't market ready and finding the right opportunity feels like searching in the dark. Ready for Work V4 changes that. This isn't another place to scroll for jobs or watch tutorials. It's where proof replaces guesswork, skills meet opportunity, and potential becomes realized. Learn in-demand digital skills and build employer-validated portfolios. Get a talent intelligence profile, complete with your job readiness score, resilience metrics, and job placement probability. Use Career Pilot, our custom AI job search map, to see your talent DNA, best fit roles, and how to get hired faster. Connect with coaches and employers directly before you even hit apply. For job seekers, employers, and organizations shaping Africa's future, Ready for Work V4 is your AI-powered operating system for human capital development. Learn more at www.readyforwork.africa.
Searching for a job as an entry-level candidate often feels like a lonely walk in the dark. It's a daunting journey filled with uncertainty, self-doubt, and endless dead ends. You sit alone at your desk, scouring job boards, tailoring resumes, and crafting cover letters, hoping your words will resonate with a faceless recruiter. Each unanswered application feels like a whisper into the void, leaving you questioning your worth and wondering if you'll ever find your place. What if you could turn uncertainty into opportunity in weeks, not years? Meet Ready for Work V4, an AI-powered platform that lights the way to your dream career. Discover your personalized opportunity readiness score, unlock your unique strengths, and get real-time job matches with expert guidance to land roles faster. No more guesswork, just clear steps to success. Join ambitious job seekers securing their future with Ready for Work. Get ready for work today. Ready for Work. Unlock your potential.
This generation has unprecedented access to global opportunities through technology. Yet only 10% of Ghana's graduates secure jobs immediately after national service. The issue isn't a lack of talent. Rather, their education doesn't match what employers need. While Fortune 500 companies seek African talent, many graduates remain jobless. Stars from All Nations, SFAN, bridges this gap with Ready for Work, Africa's first AI-powered career readiness platform. Ready for Work reverse engineers exactly what employers need, then builds personalized pathways to get there. Meet Huda Ibrahim, a Ready for Work graduate who transformed her career, securing a top role at EPA Ghana and a Mandela Washington Fellowship.
Hello, my name is Huda Ibrahim. I work with the Environmental Protection Authority of Ghana. I participated in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program in 2019. At the time, I was a young lady who was getting towards the end of her national service, and I was so worried about whether I was going to get a job or not. I wanted guidance, advice, anything that would show me the way. SFAN came up with the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, and I enrolled. They took us through soft skills, digital skills, creative writing, problem solving, interview skills. We had a mock interview session. All of that came together to ensure that all participants were fully ready to, if you can call it, attack the job market. Interestingly, the following year, COVID hit, and the company that I was working with needed to go fully remote. So we had to use a lot of productivity tools like Trello and Slack to ensure that we remained efficient. And these were tools that I became exposed to or aware of during the Ready for Work Career Coaching program. So for me, that immediate impact, which is helping me become successful at my workplace, then during the COVID period, is one thing that went a long way to benefit me. One thing that stood out for me in the program was the one-on-one coaching session I had with Miss Tracy, who is one of the big people at Samsung Ghana. And for me to be sitting next to her, sharing my problems, my challenges, listening to her share her experiences as a young lady navigating her career and getting all the way to the top was really quite inspiring. And it breathed certain sense of direction and belief in me, which is still very helpful up until this day. So thank you, Tracy, wherever you are. Another thing was, interestingly, there was an essay writing competition which I won. So I got a brand new Samsung phone and some cash gosh, my phone was spoiled at the time, so it was a welcome present, and an instant reward for participating in the program, if you would put it that way. In 2024, I was selected to participate in the Mandela Washington Fellowship, which is a leadership program for young Africans. Every year, about 700 young people from Africa are selected to go to the United States of America. The fellowship is in two components. So there is a Leadership Institute and the Professional Development Experience. The Leadership Institute for all 700 people, and then only about 100 are selected to participate in the PDE, which is more like an internship. I was lucky enough to get the two. So I had my Leadership Institute at the University of California in Davis. So yeah, I got to experience Cali. Just quite fun. And then I had my PDE at Clean Air NC in Charlotte, North Carolina. As part of the fellowship too, we went to Washington, D.C. to participate in what we call the Leadership Summit. The biggest thing from the fellowship, honestly, for me, is the exposure. I called my mom overnight and told her that I think everyone needs to come to America, even if it's just once again. So I just get into the country, just look around and go back to your home, because it does wonders to your spirit, to your confidence. Watching young people, especially in California, which is like the tech hub of the world, doing amazing things in their careers, in their life, just built a new sense of belief for me. It made me think that, Huda, if they can do this, then so can you. I've been around the UC Davis environment, which is a world-class university, interacting with their students and interacting with the other fellows from African countries. In my institute, there were about people from 20 different African countries, all speaking different languages, with different cultures, different level of understanding, even different leadership styles. And we had to come together, integrate, network with each other, learn from each other, and bring all of that back home. During my participation in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program, as I mentioned earlier, I won an essay writing competition. And to apply for the fellowship, you have to have good essay writing skills. So that's really where it began for me. Learning how to do it as SFAN, honing my skills over the years, and then applying for the fellowship. Honestly, now I'm so confident about whether it's graduate school, scholarships, any kind of essays that come my way. And I really want to say thank you to SFAN for, playing a key role in all of that. My advice to young people out there: unfortunately, our education doesn't fully prepare us for the demands of the job market. Organizations like SFAN are there to make sure that you are career ready, you are job ready, and you have the skills necessary and required to be successful in the job market. Like I said, they take you through digital skills, soft skills. They help you with interview skills, how to write cover letters. Even if your goal is to maybe apply to graduate school, they're there to help you through the process. So take that first step, be proactive about your future career success, and participate in the Ready for Work Career Accelerator program.
This is what happens when potential meets precision. While traditional platforms teach generic skills, hoping someone will hire graduates, Ready for Work teaches what employers in Lagos, Nairobi, and Accra are hiring for today and what global markets are paying for tomorrow.
Hello. Good morning, Tom-Chris. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you yourself?
I am doing well, thank you. Well, thanks. I'm so happy for reminders and things because when we booked in this thing, that was pre-clock change in Europe, so of course everything got confused.
I understand.
So I'm so happy you sent a nice reminder. Here we are, an hour earlier than expected. But,
No problem.
All good. I'm excited for you. You have been busy already.
Yeah.
Are you still awake?
Yeah. I'm awake. I'm alive. So, yeah, ready to keep going.
Oh, good. It's a really exciting initiative. I'm very impressed.
Thank you so much. Okay. For some of our entrepreneurs and followers who might not have gone through the profile to see, the LinkedIn profile that you've put there, would you mind to introduce yourself to them?
Sure. So I'm an international career coach for a lot of women, and more and more men come knocking on my door. I'm all about embracing a heart-based approach to career management, whether that is being employed or whether that is going the entrepreneurial route. Making sure that no matter what you do, it's close to your heart. It is something that you enjoy doing, something that you're great at doing, and something that is needed by others so that they can pay you. And I traveled all around Africa for 14 years with my family, not just traveling, it was living all over Africa. So Africa is as a continent, is very close to me, and some specific countries are really close to my heart, where we've really enjoyed living. After Africa, we moved on to India. But the world of employment is in a very challenging space at the moment. So my message is resonating more and more with people. As you know, got to know your value, know your worth, know what solution you are to others, and I want to make sure that people start embracing this concept more and more, and from a very young stage in their career. I think I've come across more and more highly experienced people. I think, you know what, I wish I'd learned all of this in uni instead of just now while I'm in crisis mode. And I guess that's what brought us here and in today's interview. So that was just a little nugget of information about me. Of course, there's so much more to tell, but I don't want to have a conversation about me with you here. It's about the others. So I hope this is good enough for you.
Wonderful. Okay, we are talking about career management tips and strategy. Career management tips and strategies to help entry-level and early career professionals make their working life more meaningful. That's impressive. So, how does it work?
How does it work? I think the best way of figuring out your career from the get-go, have conversations with professionals all around you. What do you want to have conversations where maybe you may not have enough content to bring into conversation because you're just a fresh graduate, right? But having these kind of conversations will really open your eyes to what's out there, what's available, what's interesting, what bores you to death, with something that you would like to do, with something that you cannot see yourself do. These kind of conversations are really planting seeds for you as like, okay, what does this working environment look like? It will allow you to create a bit of a vision for yourself. And, you know, I would love people to put more effort in creating their career visions, because without a vision, it's really hard to decide, am I going in the right direction? Is this something that feels good for me, that doesn't absorb me, that gets me, it pays me for what I do, but it also respects some of my time outside of the office. I think, you know, as young graduates, we fall in this trap of, okay, well, I'm recently graduated, or if that is a year or two after, I have to do everything that is thrown at me. I need to run around like a crazy person, pleasing people above me. And I just want you to stop right there and say, no, that's not the way that you should keep going, because you're building habits where you're out there pleasing others, and you're losing track of your own aspirations, your own boundaries, your own ideas of where you want to go. And when you get this career vision going for yourself, you know, if you make it a vision, okay, the next 3 years, what do I want it to be about? What do I want to serve? What do I want to learn? What do I want to contribute to? If with a vision to guide you, you can actually keep an eye on your job. Check in with yourself. Is this going in the right direction, or is this just sidetracking me? I think a vision is a really important thing to embrace from the get-go. And sometimes it can be a longer term vision, and other times it's just a short term vision. But when you feel like I've reached this, time for the next vision, upgrade your vision and move forward with that. And as you are progressing through your vision, build relationships. Keep on having conversations with professionals around you in different roles, in different capacities, in different ways of working. Because, you know, we are moving into an AI-driven world, and the human relationships in managing your career are vital, are absolutely vital. These are the relationships where people know you. People will trust you to be able to do what you claim that you can do. And at a time that you're competing in the application process for a job, if you're going the job route, these human relationships can at least allow you to get handpicked out for an interview. You know what? It's not a gold ticket to a job, those relationships. But those relationships definitely help in landing an interview. And it's a highly competitive world. It takes forever before a human sees your CV. CVs may even disappear in the future. I could see that happening. And then platforms like LinkedIn, you know, their profiles be taking over the purpose of those CVs. Relationships it's your net worth in your career, and those conversations should be fun. My experience is that, and many of my clients' experiences, that most people are open to have those kind of networking conversations, to tell them, to share what their careers have been like, what their paths have been, what the opportunities have been, lessons learned, pitfalls, you name it. People like talking about themselves. So those kind of networking conversations and learning about their career journeys and exploring what that could look like for you, or what you would need to do to get to where they are, if that's what you're on, what you enjoy, what you think you could do, then those conversations are what can open really a lot of hidden doors to opportunities that are not publicly available. It's vision, and network. That's something to take out of this conversation. And these are the people that will guide you. This is the thing that will keep you on track when the going gets rough, when, I don't know, you suddenly lose your job. You have, I don't know, challenges to overcome in your personal life. I think it will help you to get on track, to keep on track, and to not stray from where you set out to go. Because you know what, managing your career, it can be a really exhilarating ride when you know where you're going, but it can also be a really scary ride when you are totally clueless. And yeah, look at people who inspire you if you need to get started and you have no idea. Look at people who inspire you, people who are working in the field that interests you, are making a difference to a target audience that you think, hey, I like that. And start there. You need to start somewhere. And it's about you. It's not about anyone else. So I think, as young graduates, we may have ended up in university or college because our parents thought that would be a good fit for us. But it's time to put your big kid pants on and take control and shed off your parental influence and say, but what do I want with this? Got my degree. What do I want to do? Because I encourage you to start leading your career with what you want and what no one else tells you to do.
Interesting. Okay, so for someone who is wondering what meaning really means for them, what do you tell that kind of person on what meaning really means today? Because we're talking about finding meaning. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sorry, you mean meaning such as purpose or calling?
Yep.
That kind of meaning?
Yeah, so our topic is career management tips and strategies to help entry-level and early career professionals make their working life more meaningful. So what is meaningful?
Meaningful is, I think there's a big balance where meaningful means that you're not just working there to work and to earn money, but you're working to live a life of choice that you want. You're working to earn your money that through a work activity that makes a difference, creates a better place for people. You're having an impact through the work you do. I'm all about helping people create careers that allow them to make a difference, that don't just pay the bills, but are much more meaningful, are purpose driven, are impact driven, are I like to call it make the world a better place.
Yeah.
And the reason being, you know what, money is great and all, and we all need it to live, and we need it to live a lifestyle that we desire, whatever that looks like, and no one can, you decide that. But that money often gets forgotten, and if you're hired to be in a job where it is all about the money and it's all about delivering, you know what, deadlines, you have to do this because it's it's a money-driven environment where you're in. There's a lot of burnout. There's a lot of misery. There's a lot of turnover, because in the end, it doesn't give people a sense that they're making a difference. Making a difference is a meaningful career. It's a very personal journey, but it's often tied to, if I look at it, I look at my own career, moving and looking back, I wanted to help people live better lives. Okay, and initially I thought that was through development initiatives, because that was my exposure. But then during my studies, and I was studying political science at the time, okay, and I'm thinking, okay, how do I go about that? Well, I did my internship, and I did my internship in Spain in an NGO that was helping refugees, migrants, and asylum seekers find their way in Spanish society. Help them find jobs, help them with their legal status, help them with their family reunions, you name it. And there I am in this initiative, and I'm giving all sorts of legal advice to this audience. And I'm really noticing, it's like, oh my gosh, there's no way I can help these people. There's all these rules and regulations around them, that and bureaucracies and governments. I cannot do anything for these people, because bound by law, this is their reality, this is what's possible and what's not possible. So I was very frustrated by that, and it gave me lots of sleepless nights, and I thought, this is not my way forward. This is not how I can help people. So how do I go about helping people? Well, that still took me 10 years to figure out that there was actually a career called career coaching. But it took me 10 years to find out that that was a thing, that there was an actual career around it. But in those 10 years, I have been helping all my friends find jobs, create CVs, explore their study options, go for internship, career number 1, career number 2, career number 3. It just continued. And I'm helping them on their job search because I'm really good at it. I can read people. I can see where their talent is, where they're making a difference, where can they thrive, be happy, make money, and you know what? Enjoy life outside of the office. Because another big tip is, please don't get married to your job. It's like, work is great, and I want it to be good for you, but I want you to do it to have a life with someone you love, with possibly a family later down the line, just as you want it, because life out of work should be worth living. You know, you only live once, and I want you to have the most amazing ride. And that most amazing ride where we forget money. We need it, but we forget the value of money. We remember the meaning of work that made a difference, where people learned something from you, where people benefited from you. So I make the world a better place with happier women, one woman at a time. That's my meaning. It's like, you know what? This one woman who comes knocking on my door, help her to live a happy life, work life. What happens because of that? One is she performs better at work. She gets earned doing that. She's making a difference in an area or a field. That is teaching her heart out at a school, where that is for a social advice, where they are sharing, they're providing social capital initiatives so that the target population has access to money to create their own businesses and live a better life because of that. Because with better business, you can feed your family, you can do what it is that you want to do and need to do. Whether that is working as an international consultant who just shares their knowledge around the globe with different initiatives. You know what? There's meaning. What's meaning? You decide that. The Japanese do this really well. And they say, you know what? It's your ikigai. Your ikigai is the sweet spot between something you love doing, something you're good at doing that can earn you money, something that is not money related, but passion, heart driven, and something that there is a need for. So, you know what? You want to find your own definition of, well, what is that meaning? For me, it was helping people live better lives. And that has grown into a whole movement where people just live happy lives, are happy at work, don't run into the burnout trap, the over delivery, the people pleasing trap. They bring that home. So relationships are more solid, happy kids, people, you know what, there's such a ripple effect of what I do, one woman at a time, and that to me is good enough. You want to choose what that world of yours is. What problems do you want to solve? Because keeping in mind with your career and entrepreneurship, be that career or be that entrepreneurship, people pay you to solve a problem. You want to know, what problem do you solve?
Right. So let's, I like checklists. So let's use a checklist. I like the fact that you did, you looked at your own career journey to excavate some of these keywords: impact, purpose, difference, making a difference, making the world better than you met it. So if I'm looking for a checklist that will help me maintain, alignment with a meaningful career, so what could it be? Number one,
know what you want.
Know what you want. Know what you want from
That's
your career.
the first one.
Yeah. Know what you want from your career.
2, identify where you want to make a difference.
Identify where you want to make a difference.
Be that an industry, be that a target group, be that a specific field of work where you see that's an area actually where I see them make a difference that I want to make.
Right.
Okay. So what we have is know what you want, identify the area, ask yourself, what does it mean to make a difference, to live a meaningful life or have a meaningful career? To me, I think it's a vital question, because your definition of meaning, my definition of meaning, your parents' definition, your partner's definition of meaning, it's all very different.
Yeah.
And there's no right or wrong.
Right.
But you want to define that for you because it becomes a red thread. On top of that, you want to identify what success means to you as well.
Okay. So is this a 3B?
Yeah. This is, yes, I think that's a good 3B because they go hand in hand.
Right.
What does meaning, what does purpose or meaning mean to me? And it goes hand in hand with what does success mean to me? Because we're all striving to be successful and I want everyone to be successful. But again, your definition of success, my definition of success is very different.
Yeah.
But those two are the red thread combined with the vision to moving in the direction where you want to go, where you bounce your decisions. Is this helping? Is this getting me closer or further away? Is this just a distractor, or is it the actual thing that will get me to where I want to go? Because guess what? In this move forward, fear comes into play. It's like, oh my God, what if I fail? Or, oh my God, what if I'm successful? Is also a real genuine fear for people. Oh my God, no one has done this before. Why would I be able to do this? Whatever fear, there's a lot of fear that comes into play. Well, there you have your three initial elements of that checklist to keep you going. I think the next thing on your checklist would be, what problem are you trying to solve?
Right. What problem are you
trying to solve?
Okay.
Because when you know what problem you're solving, you're able to present yourself as a solution.
Right.
Okay. And with that, okay, so what problem am I trying to solve? And what am I putting to work to do so? What part of my skills, experience, knowledge, expertise am I putting to use that will allow me to solve those problems? And as you then progress in your career, what experience do I have to actually make other people believe and trust that I can do it? Okay, so you want to build those success stories as you go.
Yeah.
Then it's network. Build your human relationships. And about that, I know we spoke about that shortly, about that. You want, don't fall in the trap of surrounding yourself with random connections. You know what? You have that vision. You have that definition of success. You have that sense of purpose. You have that solution you want to be. You want to make sure that you are growing your network around that. That is useful. That is powerful, because your network will help you create it. So if you're hanging out with the wrong crowd, the likelihood of you moving forward into that direction is very small.
Yeah.
But if you've surrounded yourself with people who are doing similar things, who you're really inspired by, who you've met, even if you've just met them talking on the street, it doesn't matter. But it's someone who's like, oh my gosh, I've been there. Or, yeah, you know what? A year ago, I did this and this and this and this. And it was, it was such an incredible experience. You ever heard of that? Check it out. It's a great initiative. It could be something for you. You want to be listening out to conversations and ideas like this. Your network needs to fit into that direction of where you want to go. So at the moment, you know what? Where I have a lot of clients who have suddenly lost their job and their career industry has crumbled, and they have a network that they have built and they have nourished for years and years and years. The fact is, and the reality is, they're at a part in their career where they'll have to pivot career direction. And they're really struggling to do so because they have a hard time standing out in the crowd. The market is highly competitive at the moment, and their old network is no longer serving them because that network is in the same boat as they are. So they have to start building that network from scratch. And that is one difficult thing to do. And especially if you feel intimidated by these other sectors that you have no experience in. Okay? So having that vision of yours and that sense of purpose and that sense of success, surround yourself with a nice crowd of people that fit in that. And guess what? A year later or so, you do a good check-in with yourself. Like, okay, you know what? I had that vision. Where am I now? Has it evolved? Is it still the same? Have I progressed? Have I diverted? Have I ignored it? Life happens, life happens. So yeah, sometimes we do completely ignore this thing. But when you do that check-in, it's also to check in, okay, the vision has evolved. If that's the case, you need to evolve that network with you. So you start taking little initiatives to attract that network around you that honors that vision again. And you do that checkup consistently. Like January is a great time, right? People always come up with New Year's resolutions. And I'm just like, why don't you do that check-in in July where there's no pressure, for example, or in October or December? Why wait to January where, yes, it's a great, great psychological moment to do this because of New Year's, but there's a lot of pressure on it then as well. So I'm just like, I want you to be walking this path consistently with hyper focus and intention, because the reality is also no one will do it for you.
Yep.
You need to do this. You need to own it. You need to take responsibility. The ownership on your career is on you, guys. It's on no one else. You're not motivated to do it? Well, that's fine. But you won't go where you want to go. And if you're happy with that, please stay there. But if you're unhappy there, the only one who can help you move forward is you. When you kick your own self a little nice gentle kick in the butt, they get moving. This is where I want to go. So therefore, I need to get up. I need to do this, and this to take steps that get me there. And that network is what will inspire you, what will give you examples of how you want things done and how you could do things. It gets you access to the right target audience. I mean, it's so powerful. And I'm working with a lot of people at mid-career, senior level in the careers. It's like, I completely ignored my network. And they're struggling. So as young graduates, I'm giving you something that I'm seeing from people who've built their careers for 20 to 30 years. And it's like, I have no network. How do I go about that? Networking is not begging about a job or begging for a client. Networking is building human relationships, professional friendships that become a support network. It becomes your fan club, your cheerleading squad that's there to cheer you on at the time that you need that. They're your motivators, your drivers, they're your inspiration. They are that. You surround yourself with the right crew, it can really work with you. And I think that's a really vital thing for you to embrace. And you start with your fellow graduates. That's a good start.
So let's look at this case study.
Yeah, sorry?
Let's look at this case study. In instances where, there is heavy gatekeeping, it's really difficult for the entry-level job seeker to get into the, this nucleus of professional associations or maybe even the community. What do you tell such individual who is struggling to gain access? Because they are not belonging. How do they?
Yeah, they're not belonging.
Yeah.
You know what, guys? Knock on doors. Knock on doors. Try to get internships initially. You know what? Internships are great entry options where people like what you do, and there's a lot of opportunities that come out of that. Knock on doors. Check in with everyone you know. Like, can I help you do something around that? That can be through networks of your parents even, it really is, who do you know and who knows that you exist? For people to know that you exist and that you're available. Don't hide behind your phones. Don't hide behind just applying for public jobs. People need to see your face. They need to have a feeling. And knocking on doors for opportunities is literally just walking into a shop, walking into a business, walking into a hotel, walking into whatever is in your surroundings. Say, you need any help? Can I help you do this? How is this going for you? Presenting yourself again from your strengths, okay? Knowing a bit of that story. Knowing it's like, okay, so I'm a university graduate with this degree. I know all of this bits and pieces. What can it help? For example, you have a marketing degree. Okay, you have a marketing degree. And walk into shops. How's your marketing going? You know what? I've got all this knowledge and expertise floating around. Are you attracting the right clients? Are you doing any of that? You want any help around this? I can draw up a plan. It gives you a bit of experience. It gets you out there, gets you comfortable talking about what you do and where your value is. Okay? It takes courage. It takes courage. Absolutely. I'm not saying this is easy. But me as what I see is happening around the world. You need to become vocal. You need to own your own experiences and take responsibility. So guess what? Those entry-level jobs, they're very challenging to find. They are. Platforms like LinkedIn, though, are great to find out, well, who's the leadership within this company, organization, whatever that's around you. Can I find out who that leader is? Who's their I don't know, their CEO, their director, their, you name it, whatever, senior leadership. Who's working there? What did they do? What was their career like? I'd love to connect to this person. Well, send them a little message. You know what? Get on LinkedIn, by the way, everyone. Get on LinkedIn. Networking, knowing people. You may not know people in person, but LinkedIn is a great virtual professional platform. It's not your Instagram, your TikTok, your Snapchat, whatever, Facebook. It's not that. It's for your job. It's professional. And getting your relationships, professional friendships, start building them there, looking at, okay, my surroundings. I have this company, that organization. All of these interest me. So how can I go knocking on their door in person or virtually to make sure they know I exist? And it's never been so easy to get access, or to find those who are the leaders in those companies, okay, or organizations, because a lot of people, billions of people, are on LinkedIn, right? And that's there for career management. It's the most popular hiring platform for recruiters and hiring managers. But the flip side of that is that you can optimize it to grow your own network. So if you are living in a rural area in Ghana, and none of that is possible, knocking on doors because there is nothing around you, which I can also understand. You want to get really good at digital networking. Finding out the people, okay, I've got my degree. I want to get into this field, this industry, this company, organization. Well, I need to have some networking conversations and say, what will it take for someone like me? You know, what tips do you have for me? You're in that field to get to where I want to go. And it's scary. And yes, you don't know these people personally, but that's no different for me. And I still take that bold move. It's like, oh my gosh, am I really doing this? Am I knocking on this VP person's door? Why would he have space for me? Of course, I can have all those little voices in my head. Why would he want to talk to me? Well, I've got something to say.
Okay, so...
Okay, and you want to believe in that message. You want to go, be bold. Please be bold. Be bold, be genuine and authentic. But if you don't have that crowd, connect to me. LinkedIn, you have my profile here somewhere that's visible. Connect with me, and who knows? I'll be able to connect you to some people because my network goes all over the world. I always know people. It's amazing. Build relationship. And how did that happen? Part of my own travels, but also because I mobilize my network. So you mentioned, okay, I want someone who's working in, I want to build my career in this micro enterprise industry. Okay. I go, have a good think, who do I know? And it's like, ooh, I know someone for you. Because around the globe, I know little hubs of people in that field. And it's like, you know what? Talk about career development with one of those people. Get started. That's just an idea. Even if they're far away from Ghana, doesn't matter. These are really fun conversations. Okay, they should be fun. And with that, it's like, you check in with this person. It's like, who do you know I should be connecting to? Can you connect me to 2 more people? When you embrace this, other people help you grow. Okay? It's a bold move, but it's a life skill that gets you there. Now, I understand where, you know what, building your career in your environment has its own challenges. Be aware of them. Go find out what are the biggest challenges for fresh graduates. I know starter jobs, a lot of starter jobs have been replaced by AI at the moment. I'm learning all about that. Okay, I can see that happening. That's a challenging. So what do you do if there's no starter jobs? Well, you better get into the entrepreneur route. If you cannot find a starter job, you need to build experience. Go create your own. Put yourself out there. It will take effort. It will get you out of your comfort zone. It will put you in a full-on driver's seat. And again, how do you go about that? If you don't experience, start talking to other entrepreneurs. Get a mentor entrepreneur who can hold your hand in the process. Gives you the freedom It should do the big stuff, but it's there to guide you when needed and when wanted.
Awesome. Kirsten?
It's, guys, managing your career is like you manage your own business.
Right.
You want to go your way. It's the business of you. And no one will do it for you. You'll have to do the work. There's incredible resources online, freely available. People who inspire you. Oh gosh, podcasts, you name it. It's all out there. But you just need to find the right ones then. Go and find it. Find that inspiration, because there's so many experts who will give you, through their resources, be that the podcast, be that websites, be that anything else, you know what, inspire you, get you moving forward. It doesn't all need to cost money. You know, there's great initiatives, your own initiative with this whole Guinness Book of Records attempt with your interviews. I mean, that's a bold move. Hello?
Yeah. So
and you made that happen, right?
thank you. So I have two questions. I know you have a lot to share with our audience, but I wanted to chip in these two questions. First, the voice you talked about, and second, the coaching or mentorship. By the way, for the purpose of clarity for our younger audiences, what's the difference between coaching and mentorship?
Okay. Coaching, guess what? Coaching, I'm a career coach. I help you uncover your vision. I help you uncover by asking tons of questions. I'm a very curious person. I love digging in and ask tons and tons of questions. That's what a coach does. Okay, a coach asks tons and tons of questions to help you uncover what's inside. It's already there. It's all about helping you find your answers to your vision, to your projects, to your career, to your life direction, to purpose, to meaning, all of it. Tons and tons of questions. Officially, as a coach, I'm not allowed to give you advice, but a mentor can. I blend the two depending on my clients, because a mentor can often bring in his or her own experience on the journey. And when you have an idea of where you want to go with your career, be that employment or entrepreneurship route as a young graduate, find a mentor that's in the field of work that you want to head to, okay? Because their experience is worth so much in being able to support you, in being able to tell you, you know what? I've tried this and this and this, and that worked out really well. Why didn't you give that a try?
Okay, so what about the sponsor?
Okay.
What about a sponsor?
Sorry?
A sponsor.
A sponsor.
Yeah.
Yeah, personally, I haven't worked much with sponsors, but in my eyes, a sponsor and a mentor can be very similar.
Okay.
I don't see those as two very different people. Do you have a different opinion about that?
Nope. I'm just curious as to when you need who. If I'm a 18-year-old just graduating college or already entering the workforce, who do I need at one point?
That mentor, I think you need. The mentor you need, and the opportunity to shadow some people I guess that's where a sponsor kind of falls in.
Yeah.
Where you're shadowing someone in that field of work that you want to move into. And I would assume that the mentor is able to help you find some sponsors in that field who would allow you to tag along for a bit of time, to see what it all means, to explore that sector or role or company or organization. A mentor, I would highly recommend you find entrepreneurial mentors if you're going the entrepreneurship route, because they will be able to bring in a lot of their own lessons learned and mistakes made and stop you from making the same. Of course, making mistakes is part of your growth journey, and you want to be able to make some mistakes because your learning curve will skyrocket, and making mistakes will also open doors to opportunity. Okay, there's nothing wrong with making mistakes. It's part of the journey. It's part of the process. It's where you grow, oh my gosh, tremendously, like within a week, compared to just because of something that's happened and that went wrong. Yes, uncomfortable initially, absolutely. But gosh, the learning curve is very steep from there. But you don't need to make tons of mistakes for you to grow, because when you make tons of mistakes, of course, the demotivation sets in too. You know, it's not working for me. Why is this not working for me? How can I not manage this? No, mentor is there to do more specific hand-holding, I think, and more tailored support that is already in the right setting. So that's where, you know, a mentor comes in when you have the clarity of where you want to go, while the coach is there to help you gain the clarity.
Right. Okay.
And I would, you know, as you go through your career, getting a coach every few years to help you redirect is a really, really good idea.
Wonderful. So, in closing, because we are coming to the top of the hour, which was, it seems like you just started and it's already getting to the top of the hour. You know, you talked about voice. And I know for me, I struggled with my head voice for a long time when I was much, much early. So for somebody who is trying to develop their voice, you know, that true voice, how does it work? Do you have any rubric they can apply?
Gosh. No, but could I share something? What I find very interesting, because I work with a lot of mid-level to senior level professionals. But what I find very interesting, guys, is so many of these mid-level professionals, senior levels, they go back to their early career professional person. And they start listening to that voice. You know what? I want you to trust you. Trust yourself, please. That at this stage, your voice is actually really important. Many people ignore it in this flight into their career. Many people say, you know what, I have to just do this and this and this and this, because otherwise I'll never get moving on my career. Or I have to do this role because it gives me credibility. And if that's a shitty job, you don't have to do that. Just know that. You don't have to. You don't have to stoop too low to do this. But know your voice. You know what? Listen to what your current voice is saying. If you love telling stories, like, find out what roles are there that allow me to tell stories. Be that in writing, be that in interviews like this, be that whatever way. Trust it. Go and explore it. Please explore everything. that in your heart says, oh my gosh, I love this. I'm really good at this. You know what? Took me 10 years after graduating university, doing a whole different degree, that there was a career called career coaching. I have been doing career coaching since I was a teenager, since the age of 16, where we had to start looking at universities. I did not know. What am I doing now? Exactly that. I'm also living proof of this whole thing. Listen to your voice now. Listen to what is important to you. Listen to where you feel excited about the things that you feel excited about doing. Listen to a calling, a sense of calling that you feel. Listen to the difference that you want to make, how you want to make the world a better place. Write it down. Please write it down. Keep it there for you. This is my voice. And it may evolve, but you actually have a very loud voice in you right now that 20 years from now, you want to have listened to.
Okay. Final thoughts.
I thought that was a great final thought, no?
It was actually. You have 1 minute. You have 1 minute left, so.
Well, believe in you. Final thought, believe in you. You matter. You have value. Go through all the efforts you need to build your vision. And it can be a vision board, it can be written, it can be on your phone. It doesn't matter. Make a list of people that inspire you. That's a good one. Those people inspire you. They're doing what I want to do, and start retracting. Okay, find out what is it that they did? How did they get there? And it doesn't need to be the hot shots that you see all over social media or all over the news. You may have a hot shot in your own environment who inspires you so much. You can start with that.
Wonderful.
Because you know what? You don't need to go far to be inspired.
Wonderful.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, for the inspiration and the thoughts that you've shared with us. I appreciate you, and we will be in touch again.
All right, Chris. I really enjoyed being part of your initiative and part of your dream. Thanks for inviting me in, and I look forward to staying in touch.
Thank you.
Remember, if you listen and this has hit home, reach out on LinkedIn. Who knows who I can connect you, because I will network with you.
Yes, reach out to her.
Okay.
All right. So we come back from France to Ghana.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'll leave your conversation right now.
Christabel. You're welcome.
All right. Bye, Chris.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm well. I'm alive.
Yeah.
Kicking.
You actually look rested. You don't look stressed. So that's a good thing.
Thank God. Thank God. I don't look how I feel.
Yeah.
Okay. That's wonderful. All right. For individuals that haven't explored your work as yet, please introduce yourself to them.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Christabel Ofori. I'm a chemical engineer. I'm a certified cosmetic formulator. I'm a mom. I'm a wife. I'm a mom of 4.
4?
Yes.
Whoa. Amazing.
Yes. So I used to have a full-time job with Unilever Ghana, and then I resigned to start my own business called Afkalo Ventures. Afkalo Ventures is a wellness brand, and we have wellness business, woman-owned, and we have 2 brands, Flow Care Beauty, which is our plant-based 100% natural skincare brand, and then Flow Foods, which is our wellness and food brand. So basically, this is Christabel. What else? I love traveling. I love meeting new people. I love trying new things. I think I'm very adventurous. Yes.
Exciting. I'd like to know, let me start with the adventure. I heard about you before you came.
Okay.
Somebody talked about you, but maybe that story will be best told by you. What's the story? How did it come about? The product, you said, from kitchen experiments to global wellness. Why I left my corporate career to sell share. So how did it happen?
How did it happen?
Yeah.
I would say I've always been entrepreneurial. So like to do business, like to find a gap and try to fill with what is available. But this particular business, it started with my son.
Okay.
So when I had my first son, he had really dry and sensitive skin. And I mean, I wanted to use the bougie brands, you know, in quotes. So I was using a lot of all these expensive imported brands, but somehow they were just not working for him, the commercial brands. And this went on for almost a year. So like out of frustration, like I reached out to my mom, like nothing is working. She was like, do you use shea butter? Like, have you tried our local Inkutu? I was like, Inkutu, like nobody had recommended Inkutu all this while. But I mean, I had raised my weight and so I was like, no problem, let me give it a try. And so I went to the market. Normally I do my grocery shopping in the market, like the tomatoes and stuff. But this time I went to the market and I'm asking, it's like, there's no particular shop that sells Inkutu. You have to wait for the head porters to pass by. So I had to wait for a bit, maybe 10, 15 minutes till some pass by. But then you know how they do it, like in chunks, exposed. I was like, this doesn't look clean enough that I want to use on my bougie baby. So like eventually I found some that looked clean enough. I took it home. It was super hard. Like, so I had to like use like a spoon and a whisk to try to break it down. But I mean, eventually I tried it on him and within a week or less than a week, his skin cleared. And he used to go to daycare. Like the daycare teachers were asking what happened. At church, people were asking like what happened. So I was like, okay, so how come no one had like recommended shea butter all this while? We have this amazing raw material. But it took me back to a lot of like reflections. I remember back in school, most of my northern friends from the north really had really good skin. So it was all starting to make sense. And so with my chemical engineering background, I became intrigued. I was like, what are the properties? What else do we have? I started reading around baobab. I started reading around coconut, moringa, and basically that's how the business started.
Wow.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, so let me dial back a little bit. So if I was one of those your bougie friends in high school, will I be shocked that today you are owning something that you said started from the kitchen and now become of global repute?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yes, because it's shea butter, but one of the things we've done is innovation. So, like I said, regularly it's like big chunks carried on the head, no proper packaging, no information. But we have innovatively, like, first of all, it's not as hard. We've processed it to be soft, but maintained all its natural properties. It's nicely packaged. And I mean, it's still bougie.
Right.
My brand is not towards bougie people. It was just a term I used.
Right.
But also right from school, like I said, I was entrepreneurial. So they will not be surprised that I'm selling or I'm doing business. No.
Okay. Impressive. All right. So let's go into this brand. What is it exactly?
So Flow Care Beauty, that's the name of the brand. My name is Christabel, so maybe you wonder why it's Flow Care Beauty, because it was inspired by my mom. And actually, my mom also left her banking job to start her own business. So maybe I'm carrying the
legacy.
The legacy. So like it was really inspired by her, also because she gave the idea. And then when I knew I wanted to turn it into a business, I knew that she carried a lot of like characteristics and etiquettes I wanted to like emulate. So the flow is Florence. My mom is Florence. And then care, I mean, it's skincare, hair care, wellness. So that's how the name came about. So Flow Care Beauty is a 100% natural skincare and wellness brand. So the stress is on the 100% natural. Because I mean, when I was looking for solutions, there were other recommendations, but checking the ingredient, they were not natural. And having my baby, I just decided I wanted to do natural. At that point, the thought was not necessarily African-based ingredients. I just knew I wanted natural. As a chemical engineer, I just knew the negative effect of certain chemicals in our products. So the focus for me was to build this brand. It has to be 100% natural. And also realizing how shea butter is such a powerful ingredient, but was like seriously overlooked. I was like, then I want to focus on African ingredients to like talk about it, to expose it, to create a whole hype around it. So basically, that's what Flow Care Beauty is about, 100% natural and like 99% plant-based.
Okay.
So 99% because for just a few of our products, we use honey, which is not plant-based, but 99% plant-based. So 100% natural, plant-based, skin and hair care brand. And the main focus, because that was how I started, is on babies. So babies or anyone with sensitive, dry skin. The focus is also on mothers, because when I started and the product was working for the babies, then the mothers also reached out, because I was also a mother myself, and I realized how after childbirth, I just let myself go. You know, like the focus is just on your family, your baby, your spouse. So I was like, okay, what can I create that is powerful but simple enough that busy mothers, busy career people, busy professionals can also use? So we also have a special range for babies, and then for the mothers and career people, so face care, and then of course the body care, and then hair care. Because I remember I cut my hair and I was trying to grow it, and I was able to formulate products to grow it. So I added that in. So we have 4 main ranges.
So you're telling me that I have hope of growing back
if you want
all
to
my hair?
Yes.
Oh,
if you,
okay.
The right product, the right regime, so like washing it often, massaging the scalp, things like that, it can grow.
Yeah. That's amazing. Okay, so I'm just excited to see that you started from the kitchen. So how did that kitchen part of the story start?
Yes, I mean, when I realized that this is an amazing product, I want to actually make a business out of it. Of course, I started with like just a little batch. So the first thing I did was not to buy from the open market. Luckily, so I used to do this non-profit conference where people came from all over Ghana and Africa. So I had some contacts up north. And of course, I knew that's where to get shea. So I reached out to them that I want to start a business. I would like to buy a box of shea butter. And so get me like a really good one. And then my friend linked me to someone who was exporting the raw shea at the time. So I bought 1 box, brought it back, went to Makola to look for containers. Just any nice, presentable container I can find. And then even at that time, I hadn't bought the electric whisk. So I was using the handheld whisk that we used to beat eggs. So this was my kitchen, because that was the space that was readily available. So that's how it started. So initially, I started with just the raw shea. All I knew is that this is a powerful ingredient, but I don't think people like me or busy mothers or frustrated mothers want to now go through the process of actually now trying to like rub it just to make it work. So the first thing was work with the raw shea as it is, but whip it into a nice consistency. So I started experimenting. So basically that's where the experimenting started. And then later, as I read about the other ingredients, it's like, shea butter on its own is really good, it's amazing. But once other skin conditions come in, or you're trying to achieve other things, like rejuvenation and stuff, then you need to blend it with other oils. So basically all those tests and little batches and stuff, it was the kitchen. That was the only space available at the time. So that's how it started.
Impressive.
Yes.
Okay. Sourcing. So for some people, sourcing used to be one of the bigger challenges in production. So how did you source your products to ensure price parity with existing brands, and also getting the real thing?
So when I started, like I said, I had a contact there. So basically I got it. The price, I can't remember the price right now, but it was like 250 cedis for the box.
Okay.
And it sounded fair to me based on how much I bought what was in the market.
Right.
And then I bought the packaging materials because it was basically just a few. I didn't go directly to the factory. I just went to Makola to buy from people who had already bought and were repackaging. And so I also compared with a few other brands on the market. After I did my costing and saw what was the cost price and decided what selling price I wanted to give it, I just checked a few other brands on the market. And then, so initially one of my unique selling points, which now I know was not right, was I wanted to be also affordable. Because a lot of the imported brands were expensive. There were actually also a few local options. So after I became like really into the shea butter, now I started fishing out for, okay, which other local brands are actually also doing the same thing.
Right.
So I found like just 2 brands, seriously. At that time, this was like 2017. There were just like 2 brands who were also doing like shea butter, nicely packaged, aimed at babies, everybody. So I was like, it was quite pricey to me, in my opinion. I mean, I could afford, but I was like, I want this product to be like in every household. So one of the main things I tried to do was, okay, let me beat down the price a little so that I'm like the go-to affordable option. Yes, but I mean, after I started the business, and especially when I decided to do it full-time, I went through several accelerator programs and stuff, and I realized that you can't base your business model on affordability. I mean, it's not sustainable, but initially that's how I started it.
Interesting. Okay, so production. Fortunately, you are chemical engineer, you said, right? So, what are the challenges in production that makes product-based items a serious concern? We know standardization, which may not be a problem for you, but aside from that, what else?
Oh, it's definitely a problem, but I'll come to it. So sourcing, I mean, sourcing is still a problem because once I started, and it was not just shea, for shea, but I was lucky enough that I got the source like right from the beginning. But even with that, eventually I lost touch with the woman. I don't know if she stopped. So now I had to find a new supplier. So that was another stress. So eventually I even had to go to the north myself to source directly from the woman. But sourcing is definitely a challenge. And then even for the raw materials, because as much as possible, I'm trying to stay local. Even if it's a challenge, you just try to go to the source yourself.
Right.
But a lot of the issue was also around packaging. As much as possible, I was trying to use local packaging. So I'll say still about maybe 70% of my packaging is local. They are made in Ghana. But there are some like glass packaging and stuff that you can't easily find here. So those had to be imported. So definitely sourcing is one of the challenges. And then people import from China and then you buy from them. Sometimes you go the next time, the same thing is not available. Meanwhile, you've crafted your whole branding and labeling around that kind of packaging, then you have to change. And then sometimes it's just not even like, they just increase the price, you know, what do you call it?
The fluctuations.
Fluctuation in exchange rates. So definitely sourcing is one big issue. But luckily, because of my background already in manufacturing from my previous employment, I was also very alert on quality. Because they start giving you good products, but once you lose guard, then they are mixing up with different things. So sourcing. Number 2, finding support like labor, human capital. Oh my God, like dedicated, reliable people to work with. And even when you are starting out, you feel like you don't have the financial prowess to hire. But at the same time, you need someone to hire to help you to sell, to get that money to be able to pay. So it's like a vicious cycle. Number 3, definitely standardization. When I started, even before I resigned, I knew that I wanted my product FDA certified. Or actually, I thought it has to be FDA certified before you can sell, because coming from Unilever, every product. So right from the beginning, I started that process. And luckily, I'll say the process is seriously, once you go directly to the office, it's not very difficult. They are very friendly. They take you through the process. It's expensive, but the process is not itself, it's not as cumbersome. But the waiting process and everything is a bit bureaucratic. But going there, they are friendly. They tell you exactly what you need to do, what you have to have in place. So, yeah, I think these are the 3 I remember. But there are definitely a lot of things that go into manufacturing.
Yeah, absolutely. Product businesses, like, is a lot of headache.
It is. It is.
So when you were branding, did you have benchmarks of products that you're like, okay, whenever I have any product, I'll brand it like this?
Yes, definitely. I had like, so the goal, like I said, was to innovate our African products to more like global standards because of where I was coming from, like I keep saying. So right from the beginning, I knew that I wanted it to look a certain way. It needs to be appealing. And I also realized that, so actually I wasn't looking to share butter the whole time because it wasn't packaged a certain way. Shea butter that time was always just sold in the market, open on headquarters. Right. So it wasn't attractive. Meanwhile, this is something every household should have. And it's not something just for babies or people with sense. I mean, it's one of the best moisturizers you can ever find. It should be a household staple. Yes, so I definitely had benchmarks. I was looking at different foreign brands and even some of the Unilever brands, like just how they do the packaging, what they look out for. Yes, I definitely did have.
Nice. Okay, so you have business idea covers, sourcing, still sometimes good, sometimes stressful.
Crazy.
Production, okay. Branding, fine-tuned. Now, human resource, how did that happen?
So when I started, like I said, you need money to pay, but you also need to sell before you can get that money.
Yeah.
So I started with, my sister supported a while. She was in school, but on her vacations, she come and support. My mom was in Takrady and I'm in Tema. But I mean, every now and then when she comes to visit, then it's like she's hide for that period. Yeah. And so she would help. So it was like, and actually, at the time I started, I was also working full time. So I would use like my weekends, my evenings, for that whole thing. But it started with like my family. But as it was growing, especially when I resigned and it had to be full time, then I needed someone sort of permanent. But I couldn't also pay permanent because the sales hadn't grown that much. So the strategy was contracts, more like not contract or temporary employees. So I found someone in the area who was basically not working at the time. So I gave her days, that these are the days I do production. At that time, I wasn't doing production every single day because the demand was not that high. So she would come in Fridays and I think Wednesdays and Fridays, and I'll pay her based on the number of like containers she had filled or how much we had done. So that's how I started to, it was just about 3 years ago or 4 years ago that I started getting permanent employees. Yeah. And that was another hassle. Because you want the best people, but you cannot pay the best people price. So you have to compromise a bit. But the way I went around it was, and that's why I always recommend accelerator programs and all these incubator programs to people who are trying to start businesses because they really help. So I remember that one of these programs, it spoke about like giving the opportunity to employees. So because I cannot pay that much, I give you avenues to create other revenues. So for example, I hired a marketing manager and I couldn't pay like industry marketing manager price, but she was really good at also creating websites. And I had a lot of like entrepreneur friends who needed websites created. So whenever someone said, I need someone, I would like quickly link it up that there's someone is asking for this, do it for them, and I mean, get a little something. So basically, that's how I helped them. So they knew that I can't pay them that much, but they knew that I always had their interest at heart. Right now, I have a staff who, so I do skincare and then honey. We've not spoken much about the honey and the wellness side, but she's really into like perfumes, perfume oils, things like that. So I've encouraged her. When I go for exhibitions, sometimes I tell her to bring some of her stuff and I display it by mine and help to sell, give her the money. I'm not paying her, I mean, I pay her good, in my opinion, but I mean, it's not that much. Yes, but I try to help what she is doing. The thing is, it shouldn't interfere with working hours. It should not like, no conflict of interest, but I encourage her. Sometimes, even on my shelf in the shop, I create a small space for her. You can display them when people come and they ask, no problem. So at least something to help you find something else to boost what I feel like I cannot pay you up to.
Interesting.
And that's how it's done. I
how
learned
long
this
has
a
that
bit late.
arrangement been for?
So I learned this about 3 years ago.
Okay.
But this person has been with me for 1.5 years now.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman who was here yesterday, Dick Taki, and we were talking about exactly what you're describing now in terms of finding help and collaborators. You know, he's into restaurant and food business. He's facing exactly the same. I wish I could link both of you so that you can share ideas and see.
This is like a general problem with almost every
business, right?
Business. Everybody's looking, and it's surprising that there are young people looking for jobs.
Absolutely, that's
a lot of young people looking for jobs, and there are a lot of entrepreneurs looking for help. We need someone to like do some matchmaking. The unfortunate thing is, like I said, we can't pay much, but we need people who are also visionful, who can buy into our vision and understand that at this point, I can't pay you the 10K and then the 20K. But if you help me build, we grow together and I pay you more, but also I can also help you build on other aspects of your business. There's this other person I work with, my customer care person. She's gotten so much confidence since she started working, because aside just the business, like I would coach you, I would mentor you, this is how you talk to people. She's grown so much. If she has to leave me, she's definitely going to be a good PR for any organization. That's how you have to do it. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about go-to-market. Everything is exciting until you go to market. How did it work for you?
How did it work?
Yeah, how did it work for you? Go to market.
I know.
What was the reception?
Difficult.
Okay.
Because this is like 2017, 2018. People are still used to foreign brands. It's like, it's only good if it's not from Ghana. It can come from anywhere else but Ghana, and then it's good, right? So trying to penetrate a market that's so used to, they'll check where it's made in the UK, good, made in the US. So it was really difficult. I remember a lot of rejections from supermarkets and shops, like, this is an amazing product. People have used it in my church, at work, they love it, but like, we don't know you. But obviously you don't know me. I'm not trying to build the brand.
How would you know me without using my product?
Yes, you would only know me based on if you try, right? So go to market was really difficult. The way I went about it was doing a lot of like edutainment online. So I created an Instagram, Facebook page, and I'll talk a lot about the benefits of the product and why it has to be shea butter and why it has to be my shea butter. Because also, I mean, up north is where they do shea butter, but not everybody goes through the right processes. And for me, because of my background and all the quality assurance trainings I did and QC trainings, like I'm very particular where I source from and the quality checks that happen. And also because luckily when I started, the first person I started sourcing from was already exporting. I was used to a certain standard, So how I went about it was talk about the benefits of shea butter, show my baby, show his skin, show his hair. He was a boy, but I mean, using the product, how his hair was growing, I was so that's how I sort of built that kind of trust. But this was people who already follow me or who know me.
Right.
And so then
at that point, did you have a lot of followers?
No.
Okay.
Maybe 200, 300.
Okay.
And these are like friends that you've told, please go and follow me. So eventually it started going to referrals, like, oh, this my friend sells shea butter and it's really good. And then it started growing.
Right.
So now I'm in about 12 shops in Ghana.
Congrats.
There are shops at the airports that we stock in for people traveling. And then we are in 4 countries out of Ghana.
That's impressive. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, so I always wonder, do people have what intellectual property right do you have for this product? Is it your packaging, your name, or the content? What can you own?
The name and the contents, because right now I'm using unique packaging, but it's not unique in the world, because I mean it's sourced from, some of it is sourced from China, some of it is sourced locally from local manufacturers. So a lot of people have access to it. I've not created my own like shape for them to make for me. So, but my branding is unique. And the content is the main thing. I'm a chemical engineer, and I didn't just use the experiments. I've actually gone through a school called Formula Botanica. They are based in the UK.
Okay.
And they help you, they train you on proper formulation. Because I mean, you can be a scientist, but you have to know exactly what to blend with what to get the results you're looking for. So I'm certified in natural organic products. I'm certified in anti-aging products. So it's the substance. And then, like I'm adventurous, but I also like to try new things. So the innovation. So we have a soap made with tomatoes. Tomato soap, who would have thought? So I would say that's our intellectual property. Always trying to create like really innovative product around indigenous ingredients. We have moringa soap, we have cucumber soap, we have oatmeal and honey, we have turmeric butter, things like that. So the content is always the content. Like people use it and always come back.
For the shea butter, that a lot of people, it's like the foundational product of many of these.
Yes.
So have you sealed the registration already?
Registration in terms of FDA, we have...
no, like the IP for...
No, that's something...
Yeah, because...
We've made inquiry. We've started the process, but nothing...
Not full. It takes a bit of time.
Yeah.
Because I always wonder, I have a friend who does, and she's very good. And I'm always wondering, you know, we live in a world of monkey see, monkey do. And so what if this thing that took you nights and years and days to formulate, and somebody sees it and it's like, and the person is as smart as you are, you've done the homework, all they need to do is to disintegrate it and formulate the same thing and start selling and making big money.
That's the thing. Right now, it's not that protected, but I feel like you can never recreate the same thing. You know how even soups are made? Everybody can have the same ingredients, but even just the steps. Someone adds tomatoes before onion and the result is different. So you can have the same ingredient. And I mean, from FDA requirements, you have to actually list your ingredients. And we do that. We don't hide anything. We are transparent. So if you took my product, you see all the ingredients I use, but I feel like you can never create the same thing. But even if you did, and I tell my staff, because I mean, they have the recipes, so, and they know the process. They see you add tomato before pepper, or you add shea butter before coconut or whatever. But I just feel like you can never create the same aura. Like, your brand should not be just about your product. It's about your personality. It's about your impact. It's about sustainability. So they can copy the same recipe, the same process, but people buy Flow Care Beauty because it's Christabel's brand and because they know she cares about women. Like our whole brand is centered around women empowerment, impact, sustainability. So you can create the same thing and call it Tom-Chris Beauty, but people will definitely buy from you because of something else. But people normally, people buy from us because of the story even around our products, the impact and everything. So, I mean, that's a risk that, like you said, we need to protect. But aside, I feel like you can never create the same thing. You can never really recreate the same aura, the same impact, the same.
Okay, so we're on go-to-market, and obviously internationalization requires shipping, requires exchange rates, requires all the extra that you
crazy things
how did it happen?
Yes. So exchange rates, maybe that's what you ended. Let's say that first.
Okay.
Exchange rates is crazy. You know how when the exchange rate goes up or down, people are happy and some are sad. Like it's always like that. I remember even currently with the current exchange rate, it came down. I mean the city was gaining power, which is good. Because in terms of me buying some of my packaging,
the way he looked, I don't think he thinks it's good.
That's what I'm saying. It's dicey.
The ceiling became too beautiful for him. Immediately he said that.
No, even for me as a business, on the one side it's good, on the one side it's bad.
Right.
Because when I need to source certain things, I need to change from cedi to dollar. So when the cedi is like, let's say 10 cedis to $1, it's good because I need to change less cedi for $1. But now my international products, when I exchange from the dollar to the cedi, now it's too small. Do you get? Especially right now, I'm having that dilemma with the Naira because I sell in Nigeria. And we had done the pricing. At that time, it was like 1 cedi to 100 naira or something like that. So basically, when you change
1 to 1,
once you change 100, you get 1 cedi. But now it's less. So now at the same price, I'm getting less money, and that's not good for me.
Yeah.
So I've had to increase the price. I know how price increase is like not always well received. So it's super dicey. So like I can never decide if I want it high or low because both sides doesn't work for me. On the one side, it works for my export because I get good revenue, but on the other side, what I need to buy, it's not good because I need to change more cedi to get whatever currency I'm looking for. So it will only really work if we can like make everything local, if I don't need to source anything at all from any other place.
Which is
like, especially the packaging. Basically, it's just packaging. Some of my packaging I get outside, but most of my ingredients are, I think 90% of my ingredients are local. It's only the essential oils that are imported. Imported.
Yeah.
So aside the exchange rate, shipping is another crazy. We talk about after all the time, but it's seriously not happening on the ground. It's so expensive to ship to even Nigeria. But Nigeria is much easier because there's the road network. So right now, that's what I'm utilizing, like cargo by road.
Right.
But I've had so much demand from Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and I'm still not in those markets, like with a retailer there. I'm only there because some people come to Ghana and then they will take back.
Yeah.
But shipping is so expensive. So imagine you have the demand, but you can't go because by the time you add the shipping cost, the price doesn't make sense. And the goal is no more affordability, but I mean, it has to match people's pockets,
it has to make
right?
sense for them. Yeah.
And then standards. So standards have also deterred me from going to certain markets. So like the EU market, but this year I've had some trainings on that. So hopefully I can break into that market soon. But the EU has like certain...
Are you working with diaspora office?
Which office is that?
The diaspora office.
No, so this is through ITC, GEPA, Chamber of Commerce, and some other places. Yes.
Ghana Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not registered with them yet, but like I've done certain trainings with them this year, so I need to register. And I'm registered with GEPA.
Right.
I'm a member of ITC, which is International Trade Center, She Trade. So
yeah, She Trade Alliance. You could get in touch with GIPC and the GIPC. Diaspora Commission, Ghana Diaspora Commission.
Okay.
Yeah, get in touch with both of them. Okay, so marketing is part of go-to-market. You talked about the social media marketing, but which other marketing do you do?
I would say maybe 60% is social media, about 30% will be trade shows.
Right.
So I attend a lot of trade shows and exhibitions because I mean, not everybody spends time on social media. And once you do like your business plan and stuff, you know where to easily find your target market. So of course they spend most of the time on social media, but a lot of them also like to explore new things at certain trade shows.
Yeah.
And for the international trade shows I go to, the main target is for B2B.
Right.
So that they just get it in bulk. Because aside making these products, like the retail products, now I work directly with the women processors up north for shea butter and baobab and coconut. The coconut is western and central, but mostly shea butter and baobab. So I go to a lot of these trade shows also for the B2B, for people to buy the bulk shea butter to use in their formulations. But most of the focus actually is on B2C or the retail. Because, I mean, we've done this for too long where we just ship our raw materials and they go work on it, water it down, super down to the barest minimum and sell it more expensive to us. Yes. So social media, trade shows, a few like flyers and community.
What about partnerships?
Yes, definitely partnerships.
Do you know Ama Jampo?
No.
Not Ama Jampo.
Duncan? No.
Well, Ama Duncan is also on the platform, but the lady who spoke yesterday, I should know her name, full name.
I probably know her.
Yeah, you will know her. You need to connect to her, actually.
Okay.
Let me get her full name.
I mean, I guess it's one of the good side benefits of this, right?
Absolutely.
Now you've become a hub of all the great people. So linking people up.
Yeah, I like connecting people. So you guys should talk.
Yeah, I like to collaborate and partner a lot.
Yeah.
I remember when I started the business, a lot of people used to say, you know, people like to work in silos, which is true actually in Ghana. I don't know about other African countries, but everybody's trying to build their own brand and put their own name on it. Meanwhile, you can collaborate, but I collaborate a lot with people, even in the same space, skincare space. There are brands that when I go for exhibitions, we have the same booth.
Right.
Meanwhile, they're also doing the same skincare, but we agree that you are bringing these products and these are my best sellers, so this is what I'm bringing for these are your best sellers, and we collaborate. So I believe in partnerships and collaborations.
So I've messaged you in the group.
Okay, sure.
I'm a budget.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you know her?
The name sounds familiar, but I need to see.
Yeah, she used to work with USAID. Okay.
Is she in Ghana or she's in France?
No, she's in Ghana now.
Okay.
She was in the US, but she's in Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we've covered partnership. Okay, so what about the competition? How did you differentiate yourself from the competition?
Yes. How many? I was going to say 3. Number 1, the branding, trying to elegant, but I mean, the goal was not to look so luxurious that, you know, sometimes you have a really good product, but from afar, people feel like this is too expensive. I don't even want to try. It's too bougie. So I wanted the product to be bougie, which is actually bougie, but the packaging and the branding is such that it appeals to everybody. Yes, like middle class, upper class. So definitely that makes us stand out.
Okay.
The content is one of our main things. Like even with the shea butter, like I said, like you even said, now so many people are doing it.
Yeah.
It's one of those businesses that like low barrier to entry. Like you just go up north, get some shea butter and whip, right? That's what a lot of people are doing.
Yeah.
Most of them don't have any like formulation background. And I mean, if it's just the whip shea butter, of course, you don't need any formulation background.
Right.
You just need good hygiene. So the low entry, but what is making us stand out, first of all, is our formulation. Because aside the raw shea butter, we have other formulations that are like, we talk about gentle strength, simple but powerful. But also the texture of our shea butter. We have whipped shea butter and we have the Flow Care Beauty whipped shea butter. Our texture is unique because of how we've processed it. So it's soft, it stays soft forever. There are certain whipped shea butters that once you go out of Ghana and the weather is just a little cold, then it like kicks up. But we've been able to come up with like a formulation where it stays soft. So that's one of the unique things. And I think also the fact that ours is not just about the product, but also about people.
Right.
So the impact and sustainability aspect of our business has really
What is that
like
sustainability? Because everybody uses it these days.
there are different aspects of sustainability. So when you talk about sustainable skincare, it's like it benefits the people and the planet, right?
Okay.
So
how does it
eco-friendly
benefit the people?
packaging.
Okay.
So not just packaging that will like harm the planet, and then sustainable sourcing.
Okay.
Because there are some raw materials that are like endangered. Like in other parts, there are some clays that suddenly there's a hype, so people are overusing it and they're depleting the land and those things.
Right.
Yeah, so that's like sustainable sourcing, your packaging, and waste management. Like at my factory, I'll say like 0.1% waste. Basically, everything is used, especially the shea value chain. Everything is used. Even after you get the shea butter, the chaff or the kernels, it can be made into briquettes. Like there's no waste. And then at the factory side, we do not, you know how like fruits, they would have the chaff. Basically, there's zero waste or 0.1% waste because, I mean, sometimes it comes in rubbers. But even that, I went through a certain program, I think Footprints Africa or something. So more around circular economy. So that's about sustainability. And of course, around people, impact. We source from women processes. We want to empower them. And we pay them fairly. Right from the beginning, I knew I didn't want to do middleman. You know, they will buy it cheap from the women and come and sell it. So I worked directly with the women, we empower them, we pay them fairly.
Okay.
And then when it comes to impact, so we have like more like CSR, but it's basically embedded in the business. So every year, November, we are entering November, is Prematurity Awareness Month. On 17th November is Prematurity Awareness Day. And as a business, we celebrate it.
Yeah.
So we visit the hospital, the NICU, which is neonatal intensive care unit, and we gift the mothers and their premature babies with our natural skincare products, and we educate them.
Right.
This year, we'll be doing it as well. Every year we do it. So far, we've impacted more than 200 mothers and mothers. So with their babies, that's even more.
Right.
So that's the one aspect. And I do free formulation training for youth and women in low-income communities. So how to make their own body butters, soaps. For them, the focus a lot of times is on the soaps.
Right.
Because that's what they can sell. So like washing soap, bathing soap, teach them low cost formulation techniques so that they can create. So that impact side, sometimes people just want to buy from us because, oh my God, you're doing amazing things with these women, and then we want to support you. Or even if they don't need our product, they would refer us.
Right.
I'm sure it's one of those references that has brought me here. So definitely, I'm here because something stood out for you.
Absolutely. So let's look at the SWOT angle, basically the threats. So one of the threats that businesses like yours often face is the bargaining power of suppliers. So some vendors, do backward integration where they own some of the farm or they contribute to own some of the farm. Or is that part of your plan at some point?
Yes, at some point, not necessarily own the farm, but grow some of the things we don't use too much of. Like let's say the mints, the aloe and stuff. We can have a small like hydroponics. So yeah. But as much as possible, we don't really own the sheer
the trees
and stuff. But like I'm saying, I work directly with the women, so they process the share for me.
What about if somebody comes to pay them twice of what you're paying, and then
that's a threat. That's why it's a threat. But so, I sort of have a relationship with them, and sometimes it happens actually, and it's actually starting to happen now. Nigeria banned the export of their shea nuts, but Ghana hasn't banned ours yet. I think we'll be banning soon, but there are rumors that they are coming through Ghana, all sorts of things. So now, and they are willing to pay more. Right. So I mean, it's definitely a threat. But for me, I think, so sometimes I can't do much about it because the price would go up. But I also have a relationship with them. So even when the price goes up, for me, they try to keep a certain, because also of the volumes I buy, and then the impact. Every year during the share season is usually June to August, thereabout.
Right.
I go up there, up north, and provide free training for them, like capacity building. Because aside the business, I also do that. I coach entrepreneurs. I provide capacity building training. So I provide capacity building trainings for them. I teach them what else they can use the share for. So I've taught them how to make their own lip balms.
Okay.
Because they process just the share. But sometimes, for some of them like this, their place has become more like touristy places. Sometimes when people go to the north, they want to go and visit and see.
Yeah.
But if they can have like some finished products there that they can also sell for more revenue. So I've taught them how to make lotions out of shea. I've taught them how to make lip balms out of shea. Sometimes I do it for free. Sometimes I just make them provide the materials. Yeah. So I have that relationship with them, but it's a threat. Like,
good on you.
I can't do too much about it, but
right now,
I'm trying to find ways to mitigate. Yes.
Right.
And the good thing is also to work with different groups. So over there, they have cooperatives. So I work with about 3 different cooperatives. Yes.
Impressive. Okay. In less than 1 hour, you've given a masterclass of how to build a business.
I'm glad.
Okay. So, now, what do you have in your vision board as aspiration for your business?
Aspiration to definitely the highest level, to become a global wellness brand. To become a global wellness brand originating out of Africa.
Right.
Using like creating innovative products with indigenous materials. The goal is to harness Africa's like botanical materials potential to get to the point where we stop exporting the raw materials, but basically global reach for flow care beauty to become a household name. Like anytime people think of shea butter, I want them to think of flow care beauty. And like I said, we've not spoken about the other brand much, Flow Foods, which is the honey.
Okay.
But whenever people think of honey, it should be Flow Foods. Whenever they think of shea butter.
Tell us about that one as well.
So Flow Foods started around the same period I started the shea butter. It's my honey brand. So for honey, you can't give to kids below 1 year.
Okay.
Yeah, but basically when my son started feeding and eating like cereals and stuff that need sugar, I was like, I want to go the healthy route.
Right.
So I don't want to use too much sugar. So I want to use honey, date syrup, and things like that. But then I also knew at that time there was a lot of theories, but truths also about how honey is adulterated with sugar, with burnt foam. So I was like, I need a good source. So I spoke to my uncle then, and then he had like a family friend in Ketakrachi. So he linked me with him. I got some honey from there. It was really good. I was like, okay, this can be another business. Like I said, that's for business. But it always has to be something I feel like a lot of people need. So like honey has become such a big issue. So yes, that's how I started the honey business. So I sourced also directly from, so it's like a family friend. I always call him my uncle.
Right.
But I sourced it from there and then repackaged and tested. So right from the beginning, I took it to FDA test, make sure this is good, and it's good. It passed all the tests. So rebottle it, repackage it into nicer. You know, a lot of times people fill it into used bottles. You don't know how hygienic it is. So the goal is good hygiene, quality, good honey. And this year we've evolved and we have infused honey. So we have honey infused with ginger, honey infused with cloves, honey infused with rosemary, just to add the extra. I mean, with business, you cannot stay at one place, constantly innovating. So yes.
Wow. That's
so
impressive.
Whenever you think of shea butter, please think flow care beauty, think of Christabel.
Okay.
Any aspect of shea butter, same care, honey.
What we'll experiment with, and if it works on me, then you will have a massive business and clientele from that side.
Yes.
My hair, I want to grow my hair further. So
no problem. I've had issues that are like spiritual. So that one, we just anoint the oil and then
no, mine is not spiritual.
So once it's not spiritual, you have it, don't worry.
Okay. Wonderful. All right. So every business owner go through, those moments. How do you keep your spirit up, keep your backbone going and things?
There's the normal business owner and then there's the mompreneur.
Right.
So mine is like to the power 2. It's crazy, like combining 4 kids, 3 boys and a girl.
Wow.
So you're all under 10.
Football pitch.
Yes, so you can imagine how crazy. And so I have a song, When My Heart Is Overwhelmed, Lead Me to the Rock That Is Higher Than I. So definitely the God factor, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
So just the God factor, praying, worship, and having a support system.
Yeah.
It's super important. So I'm lucky to have a very good support system with my family, at least my immediate family, my mom, Madam Florence Ofori. I know she's watching this.
Who also double as free staff for you.
Not anymore, but
Okay.
God bless you. But yeah, the encouragement, keep going, keep pushing. Because initially when I resigned, some other family members, it's like, how do you leave a good job like that to go and sell shea butter into and they would like link it to my mom that my mom stopped her business and I've also stopped. It's like, hey, but she always encouraged me. My siblings, my brother was my first coach. I mean, Ofori. Shout out. He was my first coach because he's into like innovation. He works already with startups. So those times I remember he really helped me to boost my confidence level. Like 1 minute pitch, like when you meet someone, what are you going to say? Those kind of things. But my family has been my biggest support. My husband, when I said I was going to leave my job. He understood it's like we need to make time for family.
That's really.
So that's the best thing. But
Yeah.
also having friends, entrepreneurial friends who understand you. Because it gets to a point where my sister is also, let me not leave anybody out, my brothers, my sisters, my parents, my husband, my kids.
Yeah.
But it gets to a point where she's not an entrepreneur. I mean, she works corporate. So there are some things that you're frustrated. She can just like listen. But when you have also a support system of entrepreneur friends
Right.
who are going through the same thing. So a big shout out to Ramatu. We left Unilever around the same period and decided to become entrepreneurs. And sometimes we are like, who sent you? So we can talk for hours. Like,
Right.
I'm going through this with suppliers, sourcing, packaging. So that has helped. So the God factor and having like a support network and definitely doing these kind of incubator and accelerator programs. It's a must have because during these programs, I've had access to coaches, mentors for free. And your earlier speaker was talking about coaching and mentorship. And it plays a big role. Like, no matter the level you are in business, I mean, as you grow, the kind of mentor and coach you need changes.
Yeah.
Right now, my coach is online. I go on YouTube. Myron Golden, you know him? You need to search for him. He's like my online mentor and coach, and he blends entrepreneurship and business with God, and it's amazing. So at every level, like you cannot graduate mentorship and coaching. Yeah, he's amazing. So right now he's like my virtual coach, but I still have certain people I speak to when I need certain guidance. But basically that's how I keep going. And having a hobby. For the longest time, I sort of let go of my hobby because I felt like I'm grinding, I'm building a business, I'm taking care of my family. I forgot myself. But from last year, there was a point where like I almost had like a mental breakdown. And I was like, no, this is not sustainable. Just going and going and going. So now every week, 2 days in a week, I have times where it's like a break. I'm part of a group, the Breakfast Club. We just meet to chit-chat over breakfast every Wednesday. Every Friday morning, I tell my team, it's like a work break. It's part of the work, walk and talk. We walk 7 kilometers plus Friday morning, and then I go to work. But like, that's where I breathe, and like, all our conversations shouldn't be around business.
Yeah.
You have to build friendships out of, because I realized at a point, all my friends were entrepreneurs, and it was frustrating because sometimes all our talk is around our frustrations. So now I've built like other friends out of entrepreneurs where we don't have to talk about business, but also work on hobbies. Like, I like to keep fit, so the walking. I live not too far from here.
Oh yeah?
I live just 6 minutes drive from here.
That's good.
So I walk all the way to the Sakumuno beach. That's about 8 kilometers.
Wow.
And I do that. I try to do that on Saturday mornings.
My wife would like to be your friend because she likes walking too.
She lives close by. We should go. And I mean, I can't do it every Saturday because some Saturdays I have exhibitions and things like that. As much as possible, at least once a month, I do that 8-kilometer walk to the beach. So find a hobby because, And I recently started watching movies again. For the longest time, I stopped watching. It's like, sometimes you feel like you have to, like, you don't give yourself a break. You feel like you've not reached where you want to get to, so you don't deserve a break. And even for the longest time, I was not going on leave. But now I have scheduled leave days I take. Just like, because my staff go on leave, but I don't go on leave. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I mean, it's like this.
Yeah, you feel like you've not earned that break yet. But I mean, you need that break to like re-energize, recoup. Just breathe. Life goes on. Yes, and these have really helped me. The God factor, the support
you've
system.
entered 4 markets. Now you know that life goes on.
Yeah, right?
Tell us the truth.
Oh my God.
Okay, that was nice. We have 4 minutes, and
wow.
I see
How did
that.
the time fly?
I know.
I think you're an excellent interviewer. It's
and you're
so
a good speaker. That's why.
Thank you.
That's why it was easy to interview you too.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I wasn't always this confident, like I say. So you keep learning.
Yeah, money brings confidence. So your product is in the market.
Amen. But it's not just around that. You learn, because for a lot of entrepreneurs, we are like the developers, we are like the processors, manufacturers. So my strength is in process. My strength is in manufacturing. I'm not a marketer, I'm not a sales, but you have to learn. Once you become an entrepreneur, the last time I had an issue with the sink at the factory, you become a plumber. Your thing goes off, you become, but you need to learn. It's a skill you need to keep learning, you have to keep practicing. And when you have good mentors and coaches who guide you, it helps. So I'm not there yet. I don't know how you're seeing me right now, but please, don't let my potential investors think I've arrived and not bring that partnership.
If they think you've arrived, that's the more reason why they should come.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yes.
I think your topic should be one of your brand assets, from kitchen experiment to global wellness. So you should keep talking about this because it appeals to a lot of people. It did appeal to me. I was like, yeah, this is nice.
Thank you.
No worries. So, final thoughts.
To who? To my customers or to
everybody? You can use it to promote your stuff.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. I totally enjoyed this conversation. I wish we could go on and on. Can you tell the other interviewees to hold on so we can talk some more? But please, I'm selfish. But this was really good. And just to say to anybody looking to maybe start a business, just start small. We're in an era where people are seeing people's success only on social media, and it's like they think we just got here. I mean, November is my 8th year in business, so it's taking me 8 years to get to this level. But sometimes you just see the hype and the glory side, and you think, so just start small, start with what you have, but definitely seek support, partner with people, collaborate, and basically that's it. Whenever you think of shea butter, it has to be Flow Care Beauty.
But we don't know where to get it.
Oh, we are in Sakumono, so my shop is in Sakumono, but I live just close by. But you can go on our website, www.flowcarebeauty.com.
How do you spell?
Flow Care Beauty is FLOCARE Beauty.
No W.
No W, because of the florins, so just the flow of the florins.
Okay.
Yes, we are in several shops. There's the Yenzi Ghana Mall, there's the share shop at the airport. There's my Ghana town, so many places. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you for the opportunity. You can follow us on our socials, Flow Care Beauty, FLOCAREBEAU, FLOCAREBEAUTY. November is our 8th anniversary. We have so many amazing things lined up, new product launches. We'll be doing our prematurity awareness donation if anybody wants to support. We'll be doing some free training, so there's a lot going on. So please support us. You can find me also on LinkedIn, Christabel Ofori, and let's connect.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much for your time and your support to our global record. I'm sure people really enjoyed this session. So till we connect again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Shout outs to everybody.
Thank you.
My team, my family, you and your team. Bye.
Yes, thank you.
Very brilliant presentation.
Okay, we are still in Ghana and we are welcoming Mr.
Idris Mudassir Abdulmumin.
All right. You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
How's it going? Oh, it's just Tom-Chris, not sir.
That's fine. So I'm okay.
All right.
Everything is fine.
Yeah. Great. So we'll be talking about farmer entrepreneurship.
Yes, please.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
For individuals who are getting acquainted to you, I always like to say, what makes you extremely qualified to talk to them about farmer entrepreneurship, and what do they need to know about you to have an open ear about this topic?
Well, Chris, thank you so much. First and foremost, I also want to congratulate you for what you are doing, and we pray that God willing, this record that we've set up to break, you'll be willing to break it.
Thank you.
Well, my name is Mudassir Idris Abdulmumin. I'm the managing director of Zona Pharma Limited, and I've been working in the pharmaceutical industry for the past 16 years now. Well, let me issue this a disclaimer. I'm not a medical doctor, neither am I a pharmacist, but I have a strong marketing background with a 2 years diploma in pharmaceutical medicine. So that I think has equipped me enough to be able to talk about the pharmaceutical industry and the businesses that it comes with. Yeah.
Great. Okay, so, but of course, before we get into the exciting pharmaceutical conversation and the entrepreneurship subset of it, how did it all happen for you?
Well, I started as a marketing student.
Okay.
Then to go through the various rudiments of marketing to understand marketing, and to be able to be employed by somebody, work and salary at the end of the month. But along the line, I realized that going forward, in order for you to be able to get to a certain level in life, you also need to take up the mantle yourself by establishing your own company so that you can be able to also employ people. I think I started as a marketing student in Koforidua Polytechnic, where I did my marketing. And when I completed, I also signed up to the CIM in the UK. I did chartered marketing over there. So a friend who happened to work with a company, an Indian company in Accra here, a pharmaceutical company, called me one day and was like, Idris, there's an opportunity for you at one company that I've identified. They need salespeople for them to come and work. So are you available? And I was like, oh, why not? Let me give it a shot. So that is how my connection with the pharma came in, because I don't have any strong science background, but upon entry into the industry, I developed the love and the affinity for science, and I began to roll up into several courses to be able to equip myself with the needed skills that I will need to be able to promote pharmaceutical products. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay, so was this all you wanted to do, or it was a navigation of your career journey?
Wow.
So I'm thinking back in high school, was it marketing? Or
Yes, I wanted to do marketing.
Right.
I really wanted to do marketing because people always tell me that in order for you to be able to market, you need to have a very strong appealing as a person. That's when you are doing the personal selling. You should be able to be very appealing. It was like, Idris, with your height, I think, why even can't you look at doing some modeling? I mean, it's all about marketing and promotion. And I was like, I'm not interested in that. I would love to engage in marketing course so that I can be able to promote product. Even at a point in time, people were like, hey, try and then work with some advertising agency for them to be putting you on their billboards and banners and all that. And I was like, no, that is not what I want to do. I want to go into mainstream marketing where I can be able to help companies promote their products. And then it landed me in the pharmaceutical industry. And then the rest is history.
History, as they say, yeah. Okay. So you are a marketing specialist.
Yes.
So for individuals who are wearing suits, so let me just say, for someone like you in that space, was it intimidating at the entry, or it's another Thursday?
Well, it wasn't intimidating. Basically, let me just give you a general overview of what pharmaceutical entrepreneurship is all about and the various businesses that one can be able to tap into in the sector. Well, if we talk about pharmaceutical entrepreneurship, it basically has to do with creating, managing, and growing businesses in the pharmaceutical sector.
Right.
And it has several layers that you can look at. You can work as a sales officer,
right,
where you will be employed by a pharmaceutical company for you to be supplying their product to hospitals, pharmacies, and also other health institutions. So what you just have to do, you act like a conduit between the company and the hospitals or the facilities. You don't interact with the final consumer. Yours is to convey the product to the hospital or a pharmacy, and you issue them with invoices. That's what you do. You can also act as a medical representative. That is where you are also employed by a pharmaceutical company for you to go out there, promote their product to hospital, pharmacies, polyclinics, chips compounds, and any other health facility that who may need that product for their usages and operations and all that. So that's what you do. And you can also act as a medicine counter assistant. You just have to go through 6-month course. You'll be trained. Yes, you'll be trained. And after 6 months, if you are lucky, you can be employed by a hospital or a pharmacy. In that instance, what you do is that you help the pharmacy dispense medicines to the consumers. So, but in instances where there is any special prescription that requires some form of technicality, that the pharmacist will have to come in to be able to make sure that the right medication is dispensed. But as an MCA, that's a medicine counter assistant, when it comes to the basic medicines like para, we call it NSAID, the non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, or those the antihypertensive, the one they call the blood tonics. Yes, for management of anemia, you can be able to dispense those medications. But there are some other medicine that require some form of attention or some technicality that will require the assistance of a pharmacist for you to be able to dispense it. So that is what that one also entails. You can also be employed as a key account manager, where a pharmaceutical company can employ you for you to be their key account manager. In these instances, you are going to work closely between your company and the facilities that you'll be dealing with, being it a pharmacy, hospital, or polyclinic. You don't directly come to don't have any connection with the product. What you do is that you sit into strategic business meeting with the hospital to see how they can be able to have a very, very, very good relationship with your company by way of patronizing their products. So that is what a key account manager also does. You can also operate as a wholesaler, where you go, you register your company, you secure your license from the Pharmacy Council, you make sure that you meet all the regulatory requirements from the FDA and other regulatory bodies. So in that instance, you dispense the medicine at a larger volume. And you can also operate as a retailer.
Wow.
It's also the same process, but in these instances, you give it one to people who will come in to buy the medicine from you with prescription. Yeah.
Impressive. So there are so many career opportunities for pharma entrepreneurs.
Yes, there are a lot of career opportunities.
Okay.
In fact, people sometimes have this misconception that you need to be a pharmacist or you need a strong science background in order for you to delve into pharmaceutical. I think with my experience, that is not the case. What you just need is that you just need the product knowledge, a very good marketing acumen, and you'll be able to establish a very good relationship with the people that you are going to deal with. If you're able to get that things right, everything will be very easy for you. And especially if you are working as a medical representative, as I said earlier on, where you interface with the hospitals and pharmacies and also the clinics, whereby you talk to the doctors and maybe nurses directly about the product. What you need is that the basic product knowledge is what you need, what the product does, and its indication. That's it. Because in that instant, when you go and you are engaging them, they will not ask you about the composition of the product, its pharmacodynamic or pharmacokinetic. What you just have to do, what they will just need from you is that.
What's thermodynamic and
pharmacodynamic? Pharmacodynamic basically is a process of how the medicines or the drugs travels in your body. So after you've taken the medicine, that is the absorption, okay, it metabolizes and also you excrete. So those is a process, they call it pharmacodynamics.
Right.
They will not ask you about all those things. What they just want to know is that this medicine.
You mentioned another terminology, kinetic.
Yes. It's, the pharmacokinetic also has to do with the way the medicine reacts in your body in order for it to be able to heal the particular ailment that we are looking at here. So definitely, if you take a painkiller and you are suffering from, let's say, headache or maybe body pain, within a particular period of time, you should be able to have some relief.
Right.
You understand? Yeah. So that is the difference between the two. So if you are engaging a doctor or maybe a pharmacist, they will not push you too much to be able to go into all those details. What they know is that this medicine is meant for this particular type of ailment, and one is supposed to take it before or after or this number of times in a day. So as a medical rep, with this basic information, and you have a very good communication dexterity. You should be able to communicate with them for them to understand the medicine and then buy from you. And that is when relationship also comes in here. If you're able to establish a very, very good relationship with them, you can be able to make a very good inroads.
Okay.
Yeah.
So have you made inroads?
A lot of inroads.
Okay. Tell us about
inroads. Well,
let's begin from the early stages, because obviously those were the days where you had wide eyes entering the industry. So
yes.
How was it?
Yes. Well, I started as a salesperson. In fact, I don't know. I'm one guy that I can say that I've been through the various mill of the several positions or the job opportunities
in your talk.
Yes, the several positions in the pharmaceutical industry. I started as a salesperson where I was carrying the medicine from my company to hospitals, pharmacies, polyclinics, district hospitals, and all that. And then my supervisor spotted me one day, and I was like, Idris, I think you can do better than this sales thing. Just carrying the medicine and then be giving it to hospital, I don't know. I think you are hitting below your weight. You can do better. I want to take you through some training and then learn about the medicine and see whether you can be able to go and also talk to doctor or pharmacist for them to buy our product. So he took me through some training, and then I learned. And I was somebody who also loved to read. I am a very voracious reader. I read a lot. So it wasn't difficult for me at all when he said he's going to take me through that training. So I think he took me that training and I was able to learn about the medicine. At that time, we were selling some medicine that are meant for the management of hypertension and also the management of anemia. And one of the one that they use for the management of anemia is called Ensifa. And the one that they use for the management of hypertension is called what? Asomex. So I was able to learn about this medicine, what it's being used for, how to take it, and then the key target people that I'm supposed to speak to on the market. Okay. And then I did very, very, very well. So that's how I graduated. So over time, another company also spotted me on the field. It's a multinational company. They saw me working as a medical rep. And they were like, you know what, we want you to come and join us. The company is called MQ Pharmaceuticals. They hired me as a medical rep, purely being driven by what? Relationship marketing.
Right. So I'm curious, if you're a marketer for electronics, obviously you would do advertising.
Yes.
If you're a marketer for a clothing brand, you do it. But for businesses like yours, do they do advertising?
Well, they do a lot of advertisement. Both the social media, the television, and also in the newspapers. There's a lot of advertisement going on about several pharmaceutical products. At my level, I don't do a lot of advertisement. What I do is that I have the list of the product that I'm selling with me, and I go to hospitals, pharmacies, and other health facilities who would need my product, and I give them my price list. They go through, they call me, and they give me business. And most of the products that I'm currently selling are already established brands on the market. So I don't have to go to social media or the radio station or television to go and then promote it. It's a known brand already that has been registered by other companies. So I source from them and I also sell it to my customers.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Impressive. So what's the goal now?
Well, the goal is to be able to have enough fund, or if like capital, to be able to operate at a scale where I'll be able to employ a lot of people and be one of the most formidable and strong pharmaceutical companies in the country. Basically, that is the idea. Currently, I am bereft with a lot of resources, financially, human, and logistically. I'm very, very, very bereft. And because I just started, I'm almost a year old now in my new company, but I've been able to make a lot of gains and development. So I think that given the right resources and where I am heading to in terms of my dream or aspiration, I'll be able to scale up, build a very, very, very strong pharmaceutical company in the country.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, so another question is, excuse me, do you intend to start manufacturing your own drugs one day?
Well,
or establish a place where they manufacture drugs?
Yes. I tell you, production, or if you like, manufacturing of pharmaceutical product, it is the utmost goal of every pharmaceutical company.
Yeah.
Everybody. And it's unfortunate. In Ghana here, we don't have enough pharmaceutical companies manufacturing their own product. The big players in Ghana now are the NS Chemist, the Tobinco, the Kina Pharma, the East Cantonments, and I think Ozone's Chemist. They are the big boys now. Even most of them even import close to 70% of the product that they sell. So it tells you how big the sector is now. Because to be able to get to that level, it requires a lot of financial injection.
Yeah.
It is not easy. Because currently Ghana import close to 85 to 90% of their products into the country from China and India. And it all is due because of inability to be able to mobilize enough funds to engage in manufacturing activity that can be able to make them meet the various demand of certain medication that is being needed on the market. So definitely that is my goal, one day to be able to grow, expand, set up my own manufacturing plant and be able to manufacture my own product, because the gap between the manufacturing sector in Ghana here to a level where we can be able to provide some key certain medication is very, 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 very wide. And I can tell you there's a medication that I can tell you confidently that it will take Ghana close to 5 decades, or even Africa close to 3 decades, in order for us to be able to provide those medications. And these are life-saving medicines. There's a medicine that they call tenecteplase that they use for the management of myocardial infarction, one they call the heart attack.
Right.
Ghana cannot be able to produce this, and we don't have the financial clout to be able to do it.
Is it because of the machinery or the technical know-how? Why?
The technical expertise is not there, and the financial injection too is not there. Because I can tell you, that medication alone, to be able to produce it, that medication alone, you need close to $180 million to be able to do it. And now the total market share of the Ghana pharma sector is $480 million. You can imagine. So it tells you about the gap that we have as a country. Yeah.
Interesting. Are other people worried about this?
Yeah, they do. They do, because of, but there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do, because it's like you have set up a company, and you want to grow, but you don't have the resources to grow. The banks are there to make sure that they provide you with the financial assistance, being it loan, and other companies can also maybe give you grant. They are there, but you've tried severally to be able to secure those things, but you are not getting it.
So what's the option then?
Well, to be able to operate within your means. By the time maybe if some miracle happen, because I think one of the difficulties that the Ghana pharmaceutical sector is facing is financial difficulties, because in Ghana, most of the drugs that we consume, as I said, are being imported. And recently, I think somewhere last month, China Sinopharma has emerged as a leading pharmaceutical company in the world, surpassing the leading pharma company called Pfizer, which used to be private. So it tells you that if state involvement or maybe in helping to support companies plays a very pivotal role, because the China system of government is communist. Yes, being state capitalist, as compared to let's say America, that is a market capitalist. So when when government steps in to ensure that certain key medication is being manufactured, now that company has done so well to the extent that it is being seen as the biggest pharmaceutical company in the world, just because of the support that they have from the government.
Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, so for individuals who want to maybe collaborate with you